Okay, Chair, we're now live.
Thank you. So good evening and welcome to this virtual Planning Control Committee meeting. Apologies for a slightly late start, which was due to some technical issues. This meeting is being conducted with members and officers at various locations, communicating via audio, video and online. There's also the opportunity for the public and press to listen and view the proceedings on our YouTube channel. Before the meeting starts, I'd like to invite the committee member and scrutiny officer to explain how proceedings will work and to confirm that members, officers and registered speakers are in attendance.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Please note that this meeting is being streamed live onto YouTube and recorded via Zoom. I'll start with a roll call. When your name is called, please indicate your attendance to confirm that the required members, officers and speakers are present, can hear and be heard. I'll start with our councillors and using your surnames, if that's okay. Councillor Allen.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Bryant.
Here.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Here.
Councillor Hewson.
Here.
Councillor Hunter.
Present.
Councillor Moody.
Present.
Councillor Tyson.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Here, hello, and in for Sean Prendergast.
Thank you. Councillor Mantle.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Muir.
Present.
We also have Councillor Dennis Harburg as a member advocate.
Here.
Thank you very much. On to the officers. Simon Ellis.
Here.
Thank you. Andrew Hunter.
Here.
Melissa Tyler.
Here.
Matthew Armstrong.
Here.
Nick Molyneux.
Good evening.
Thank you. And Matthew Hepburn.
Yes, present.
There we go. And our registered speakers in no particular order. Gordon McPhail.
Here.
Thank you. Kit Davies.
Here.
Anthony Burrows.
Yes, I'm present here. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Evans.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Chris Wilson.
Yes, present.
Thank you. And Jonathan West.
Here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, William, just to say that I'm also here as the legal representative, Naranessa Katavu.
I do apologise, Naranessa. Sorry about that.
I think you've missed me as well. Sorry, it's
And
Anya.
Anya. Yes.
Yep. Hertfordshire Highways.
Very sorry about that. Okay. Extracts from the remote and partly remote meetings protocol are included with the agenda, and the full version is available on the Council's website, which includes information regarding live streaming, noise interference, the rules of debate, voting, and Part 2 items. Members are requested to ensure that they are familiar with the protocol. Are there any questions before we start the meeting? No, thank you very much. Then I will hand over to the chair, Councillor Ruth Brown.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to item 2 then, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillor Sean Prendergast, who's being substituted by Councillor Sam Collins, and from Sue Nguala, who's being substituted by Councillor Mantle, and from Councillor Rice, and also from Councillor Levitt, who's being substituted by Councillor Muir. Are there any other apologies? No. Okay, so I'll move on to item 3, notification of other business. There is none. And then item 4, chair's announcements. So in accordance with council policy, this meeting is being audio recorded as well as filmed. The audio recordings will be available to view on modern.gov and the film recording via the NHDC YouTube channel. Secondly, declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item. The detailed reminder about this and speaking rights is set out under Chair's announcements on the agenda. Thirdly, for our registered speakers who I welcome here tonight, members of the public have 5 minutes for each group of speakers, i.e. 5 minutes for objectors and 5 minutes for supporters. So where there is more than one speaker in objection or in support, you have to share those 5 minutes. In addition to that, member advocates have a further 5 minute limit. A warning will be given at 4.5 minutes to alert you that you have 30 seconds left. And then at 5 minutes, you will be advised that the time allowed has ended and the speaker must cease. I am going to be quite strict on this tonight because I think it could potentially be a long meeting. So please try and stay within your 5 minutes. And then fourthly, comfort break. We will take a comfort break around 9 o'clock or after item, well, the first item that we're debating, which is item 6, whichever is more appropriate. We'll just see how we go, but hopefully we'll complete the first item before 9 o'clock, but I do anticipate needing a break. So I will give you a break then. So, and then number 5, public participation. Registered speakers already been confirmed. We have quite a few tonight and you're most welcome amongst us. We look forward to hearing from you. And you've been confirmed as present through the roll call. So are there any questions before I move on to the first main item for debate? No. So item 6. So this is North Hertfordshire College, Cambridge Road, Hitchin, 20/00073 full FP, full planning permission. And it's the demolition of the existing sports hall and squash court building, the erection of a new sports hall, provision of a new 3G pitch, new car parking provision, remodelling of the site to provide level access to new sports facilities, and an enabling development of 116 residential dwellings, new access road, open space, landscaping and associated works. And these have been amended since previous plans. I won't read out all the dates, but we've got the latest amendments. And so I'm now going to hand you over to our planning case officer, planning officer for this item, to Andrew Hunter, who is going to give us his updates and his presentation on this item. Oh, Anthony Burrows, did you want to ask a question? I've got a hand up before I move on.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I wasn't very clear. Are we who are not at all happy with a proposal? All of them, for example, they may be half a dozen or 7, have to share 5 minutes between them. Was it 5 minutes each?
No, it's 5 minutes for objectors. So if there are 7 of you, that's less than a minute each. So normally what people do is they either have two or up to 3 and they do a minute each, or they nominate someone and they agree a statement. Okay, yes. So you have 5 minutes in total for objectors, 5 minutes in total for supporters, and an additional 5 minutes for the member advocate.
But how can we possibly, how please, with greatest respect, how do we actually arrange to share all these very tiny little bits of time among ourselves?
Well, those are the rules and I can't change them. Well, except with some discretion. But what I would advise is that less is normally more. And generally the speakers who keep it concise and to the point actually get their point across better. So I don't think increasing the time actually helps you to get your point across. So, but we are going to be sticking to the 5 minutes or we will be going on for a very long time.
How many other objectors to the particular one I'm interested in, which is the iconic building of Town Lodge? Do you know?
I'm sorry, but we are now moving on. So I've answered your question. Okay, so you will have 5 minutes in total for objectors. Okay. So if you'd like to complain about that, you can make an official complaint after the meeting, but we're sticking to that rule. Okay, so I'm going to move on to, I'm going to hand over to Andrew Hunter, who is our case officer for this item, North Hertfordshire College.
Thank you, Chair. Please bear with me. This will be a bit of a long presentation due to the size and complexity of this application. So I'll start with the updates and hold on a second. I'll just need to bring them. Okay, so first of all, paragraph 3.11. I'll just check first of all if everyone can actually hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay, so paragraph 3.11, that I have been contacted by Hertfordshire County Council Growth and Infrastructure Unit, who have said that it should be part of the paragraph that says the childcare service contribution is stated to be towards childcare provision in the new on-site primary school. It should read towards childcare provision as part of the new 2 FE primary school on the Highover Farm Hitchin development site. Then paragraph 4.4.3, in the sentence, I consider this harm limited as the open space is private and is used for sporting activities, and the impacts on the wider landscape and open space pattern would not small when the wider network is taken as a whole. Not towards the end of that sentence should be replaced with B, and in paragraph 4.4.4, 35% should be replaced with 25%. So now there have been 2 updates of the section 106 agreement. The most significant is that the £122,000 contribution towards the Hitchin Station Eastern Access has been reinstated by the applicant, which would be paid to the county council. And the other one is a matter of clarification regarding the off-site works at the Priory School, which is that 2 new grass pitches are also included, as well as the full-size artificial pitch. Then there are some small changes to a number of the conditions. First of all, for condition 17, development B is added to the very beginning, and development B in this case refers to the residential part of the development. Condition 23, the reference to condition 17 should be changed to condition 19 for development A and condition 20 for development B, and the beginning should be changed to the relevant parts of the development A and B, with development A referring to the college facilities. So for condition 30, development A should be added to the beginning, which so development A will always refer to the college facilities and development B will always refer to the residential. So as I said, condition 30, development A will be added to the beginning. Condition 31, development B would be added to the beginning. Condition 32, development B would be added to the beginning, and also the reference to 3 meters should be removed. Condition 37, development A should be added to the beginning. Condition 43, the southbound bus stop should be changed from St. Michael's Road to Cambridge Road. Condition 45, the removal of part 5 relating to bus stops should be removed, as those are not junctions, and there should then be a new condition 46, which would read, development B, prior to the 50th occupation of the residential development hereby approved, a pedestrian dropped curb and tactile paving informal crossing point shall be provided to the satisfaction of the LPA between the two bus stops on St Michael's Road, eastbound and westbound, with a continuous footway provision installed from the crossing point on the western carriageway side to the existing hard surfaced waiting area of the northbound bus stop. And the reason is to ensure that development complies with paragraph 109 of the NPPF, enabling access to the site for all people by modes other than the private motor car. So, that's the end of the updates. Thank you. So I can now go on to the slides. So we go onto the map. Okay, so the first thing to note about the map is that the southernmost triangular part is actually has actually been cut off of that particular screenshot, but that will be shown in full on the other plans that you'll see later. So yes, so this site, it's, as you can see, it's very large. It's within, in terms of relevant planning policies, it's in the Hitchin town boundary, in the adopted and the emerging local plans. In the adopted local plan, the sports pitches are part of the landscape and open space pattern of policy 21. In both the adopted and emerging local plans, the Purwell Meadows is within the green belt, but the site is not in the green belt. And also in the adopted local plan, the adjacent Purwell Meadows is a local nature reserve and it's a site of wildlife significance. Ground levels rise gradually from northwest to southeast and from northwest to southwest, with a steeper rise to a bank near part of the southwest boundary. A public footpath runs along the whole length of the southwest boundary of the site. Within the site itself, that contains college buildings, which are up to 4 stories in height, car parks and access roads and paths on what can be described as the northwestern half, and the southeastern half is much more open and comprises the grass and artificial sports pitches. And to the southeast and southwest and west are residential developments of Chaucer Way, Gibson Close, Coleridge Close, Campbell Close, and Browning Drive. So now I can go on to the photos. So this first photo is a view from within the St Michael's Road entrance of the college campus. And next photo, this is a view of the rear of Chaucer Way dwellings backing onto the site at the other end of the site. On to number 3. This is a couple of dwellings on Chaucer Way by the southeast corner of the site with Purwell Meadows, which is just, you can see vegetation of the meadows on the right hand side of that photo. Then photos 4 and 5. So yeah, so that photo and the next photo comprises the 4-story, one of the largest existing college buildings, and the sports centre on the photo that you currently see. And then if you go to the next photo, you can see the sports centre car park, and the views beyond are the rest of the site, which is where the playing fields are. Photo number 7. You can see some of the grass pitches with the larger artificial pitch in the background. Next photo. This shows the south east boundary of the site with Purwell Meadows. The photo number 9. This also shows part of that boundary and also the part of the boundary with Chaucerway, with the dwellings of Chaucerway that back onto the site, and you can also see the rear elevations of some of those Chaucerway dwellings. On the next photo, you can see the rear of elevations of dwellings of Chaucerway and Gibson and Coleridge Close, with grass pitches in the foreground, and you can also see how the land rises more steeply towards the back of the site to a grass bank. And photo 11. This shows residential development of dwellings of Gibson, Coleridge and Campbell Close in the background, and grass pitches in the foreground. On the next photo, there's a clearer view of the existing artificial full-size pitch with the residential development behind of Campbell Close and Browning Drive. And photo 13. This is a photo showing, this is a closer photo of the rise towards the grass bank, which runs along the southwest or the west and the western boundary of the site, which has the footpath and the residential dwellings just on the left-hand side of the photo. And photo 14, the last photo, this shows part of the internal access road and parking for the sports centre and the college. So that's all of the photos. So I can now start going onto the plans. So this is the site location plan, which as you can see, this includes that does include that southern triangular area, and you can see the residential development to the south, the west and the north, and the open areas of Purwell Meadows to the northeast and the east. Then on to the next plan. This shows which parts of which elements on the site would be demolished, which are coloured in yellow, being 2 artificial pitches, and red comprising 2 buildings and a small number of trees. Then onto the site plan. So this shows the whole proposed development in context with the existing college campus that would remain. So just to summarise again, the description, it's for demolition of the existing sports hall and squash court building, erection of new sports hall, new 3G pitch, new car parking, remodelling of the site to provide level access to new sports facilities, and enabling development of the 116 dwellings along with the new access road, open space, landscaping and associated works. So I think it is important to note that the residential development is proposed as enabling development to allow the college to provide new the new replacement sports facilities both on and off site. So I'll now go into a bit more detail about the about what specifically is proposed here. So a summary of the college facilities proposed are the new sports building, a resited new full-size artificial grass pitch, and a car park, and various associated landscaping, which would also be available for wider community use. For the artificial grass pitch, the hours of operation are proposed to be Monday to Friday from 9 to 9, Saturdays from 9 to 4, Sundays from 9 to 2, but from July and August, that would be 9 to 12 and closed on bank holidays. So on the next plan, we've got the elevations for the proposed sports building, and on the plan after that as well, you can see the other elevations of that, which is of a more contemporary design with a flat roof, featuring grey aluminium standing seam cladding for much of its elevations. Then the next slide. This is it shows some cross sections of the new college facilities, which shows the ground levels, the proposed pitch and its fencing, and the sports centre, and how they would relate to the other existing development. So, okay, so next slide, please. So this is a closer up view of the residential development. So this is 116 new dwellings, and that's split up into 4 3-story flat blocks, 3 and 2-story dwellings, connecting roads and foot cycle paths, a link to Chaucer Way, be for pedestrians and cycles, and there would also be 2 areas of public open space, one adjacent to Hurler Meadows and another smaller area between the access road and the footpath. So on to the next slide. This is a slide showing the housing mix. So for the market housing, there would be 11 1-bedroom flats, 12 2-bedroom flats, 4 2-bedroom houses, 42 3-bed houses, and 30 4-bedroom houses. In terms of the affordable housing proposed, 17 units are proposed here, which would constitute 5 1-bedroom flats, 5 2-bedroom flats, 7 3-bedroom flats, and of those, 11 units would be affordable rent, which are all of the 1 and the 2-bed flats, and 1 3-bedroom unit, and the remaining 6 units, which are all of 3 bedrooms, would be shared ownership. On to the next slide. Thank you. So this shows building heights by colour. The heights vary from 3 and 2 stories, including the 4 3-story flat blocks, 3 of which are on which would be just off the southern side of the artificial pitch.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. With your permission, Chair, Andrew, can you tell us what the key is?
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sorry?
Councillor Allen. What colour is which? Is the yellow, how many stories is each of the colours?
They get darker the higher the number of stories that there are. So the yellow would be 2 stories, and the redder colours would be the higher stories.
Okay, thank you.
So does that help?
Yes, that does help. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So in general, in terms of height distribution, the higher buildings are on the southwestern half of the site, with the dwellings being on the southeastern half, being largely 2 stories. So yeah, so that's that's roughly how the height of the buildings is distributed. So onto the next slide. This shows gardens and separation distances, with most of the residential gardens being over 75 square meters, and the minimum distances to existing dwelling curtilages are 12 meters for one dwelling, and with the other dwellings being 12.9 meters or more from the opposite existing dwelling curtilages. Then onto the next slide. This shows the areas of public open space, which are coloured green here, which I've referred to before. So the larger, most significant one being between the development, between the residential area and Purwell Meadows, and then a smaller one between the access road and the public footpath. So onto the next slide. This shows the various works that are proposed in terms of transport connections. So to promote wider connectivity of the site to the locality, there would be 3 connections to the public footpath. There would be 1 connection to Chaucer Way in the southeast corner. There would be for cycling, there would be some dedicated cycleways within the site, and traffic calming measures on the access road to encourage cycling provision. There would be some alterations to the existing junctions on St Michael's Road and Cambridge Road. In terms of additional trip generation, the modelling that has been sort of submitted and agreed by the County Council Highways Authority would be that in the evening there would be an additional 2 extra vehicles at any time on the average evening peak from 5 to 6 p.m. on the St Michael's Road arm of the roundabout, on the northwest corner, and at the Cambridge William Road junction to the east, that in the morning peak from 8 to 9 there would be 5 more vehicles at any time on average during that AM peak on both Cambridge Road approaches. Then next on to the landscape master plan. So this shows all of the new soft landscaping that would be part of the scheme with notable tree planting between the new flats and the pitch on the boundary with Purwell Meadows along much of the access road and also on the middle residential road. So after this, there are 4 slides showing the various showing all the street scenes, which would give a detailed view of how the residential development would look. So that's the first one. If you move on to the next one, and here you can see the on the top street scene there, you can see the 2 or 3 of the 4 flat blocks, which would be just off the southern end of the pitch. Onto the next slide, and the top 2 slides show the other flat block and obviously other parts of the development there, and then onto the next slide. So that's the final street scene. So overall they show the street scenes show the mix of housing proposed and external materials, and I hope I think that gives a good idea of actually what it would look like on the ground. So then on to the next slide. These are detailed elevations of the more significant buildings proposed at the site. So we've got this is flat block A. So then on to the next slide. This is flat block B, and the next slide, flat block C. So these are all sort of next to each other effectively, of the bottom end of the artificial pitch, and as you can see, each of them has a sort of a feature weatherboarded gable end and a buff brick. And okay, so on to the next slide. This is the other flat block D, which has a different brick type, but it also has a weatherboarded gable end. And so now if we go on to the next slide, we can see the sort of a closer up view of the play area, which and you can see there the various types of play equipment and seating proposed. So those are the ends of the slides. So I'd just like to go. I'd just like to go into a bit more detail about the Section 106 contributions that have been agreed, if that's okay, and a bit more and a sort of a final summary as to what the recommendation is. So if that's okay.
That's fine. Continue.
Thank you. Yeah, so I said it would be a bit long.
Yeah, it's a very big development. So yeah, please do. Let's hear about the section 106.
Okay, so as mentioned, these have been agreed with ourselves at NHDC and also with the County Council. So the contributions are for childcare, £14,105, primary education, £1,012,343, secondary education, £268,607, a youth service, 5,198, libraries, 20,515, then upgrading of the adjacent right-of-way, including lighting, upgrading of 2 bus stops outside the site on Cambridge Road, a travel plan and car club, including monitoring, junction improvements for the site entrances at St Michael's Road and Cambridge Road, a new artificial grass pitch at the Priory School in Hitchin, and also two grass pitches at that same site. Off-site ecological mitigation measures for Purwell Meadows, totaling 10,000. A phasing plan ensuring the delivery of new sports facilities within the wider scheme and its community use, and open space and SUDS management and maintenance. So those are all of the 106 contributions. So for this, the officer recommendation is to grant permission. How we've approached this is that to provide a summary is that the council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Its current position is 2.2 years. This means that paragraph 11D part 2 of the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, is engaged. So the application has been assessed according to whether any adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And we have accepted the applicant's arguments over the provision of 15% affordable housing and viability. And my colleague Nick Molyneux will provide a bit more detail on this after I finish this summary. And so in terms of the adverse impacts identified, they are a loss of open space and impacts on the landscape and open space pattern, a higher density of dwellings than the immediate surroundings, a housing mix different to ELP, Emerging Local Plan Policy HS3, the visual impacts of the 2.5 metre acoustic fence to help mitigate the noise from the artificial pitch. Some of the dwellings would have slightly smaller gardens than would be preferable. Some of the amenity space for the flats on their own sites is also smaller than we would prefer. Although I should add that the site itself does provide public open space, which is quite substantial in its own right in any case. There would be some loss of sports facilities while the development takes place. However, this would be temporary while the new facilities are constructed on the college site, and at the primary school. There would be some additional traffic flows resulting from the development. There would be some loss of trees and vegetation. There would be some additional pressures on Purwell Meadows, and there is also the lower affordable housing proposed than our policies would seek. In my view, individually and cumulatively, those impacts are limited, as they are either temporary, fairly small, close to policy requirements, or they can be justified with the case of the affordable housing. In terms of the benefits, they would provide 116 new dwellings on a windfall site, which is fairly deliverable, and given the district's housing land supply position, this is given significant weight. There would be new and replacement sports facilities, which would benefit the college and the wider community, which are considered significant. And there would also be new planting and biodiversity improvements, which are given moderate weight. So, taking a balancing exercise, the adverse impacts are not considered to significantly and to demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So that is my case put forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. It's a bit of a marathon for us
Yes.
all, I think. So we're going to hear in a minute from Nick Molyneux, the viability, our viability consultant, about
Yes.
About the affordable housing. But if you've got any questions other than on before we hear from Nick, I think if any members have got any clarification questions, this is not debate, this is clarification questions for Andrew before we move on to the viability bit, then please ask. But can you not ask questions about the affordability and the viability, because we're going to hear about that in a minute. So okay, I'll take Councillor Allen first. Do you have a question for Andrew?
I do. I wanted to ask, with the play area, has it been confirmed how long we will be responsible for it, or how long it will be paid for by other people before we are responsible for it? And then the other question, if I may, was you mentioned that there are going to be smaller amenity areas for the flats. Are those the social housing flats only, or is that all flats?
So that would apply to all of the flats, not just the social housing flats. For the play area, that's going to be managed by a private management company, which would be secured as part of the Section 106 agreement. I would need to actually sort of dig up the precise details.
But that's from straight away from the outset. That's going to be a management company.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the council. It wouldn't be managed by North Herts. If that's
okay. So North Herts won't be responsible. So it'll be a private management company right from the outset, and they'll be paid for by the Section 106 agreement.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Allen?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mantle.
Yeah, I actually had two questions, one of them being the same as Councillor Allen, but I would welcome clarification. How does the Section 106 guarantee the maintenance of the play area in perpetuity, or is there some limitation, or how is it going to work in the future? But the second question I wanted to ask, how can we within the planning system guarantee that both halves of this development happen, so that we don't sort of get the houses and no development on the college site, or the college site and no development of housing? Probably less of an evil of the two.
Can you respond, Andrew?
Yes, I mean, we would use phasing agreements as part of the Section 106 to just sort of ensure that we sort of would get sort of but that both would be delivered. In terms of the contributions for the play area, I'll need to just bring up the draft of the 106 to just so I can sort of reference the wording again. Just
Nuranetta, are you able to help with that at all?
Yeah, if I can assist, Andrew, the wording for the play area is that the play area will be kept as an open space in perpetuity. So
okay, thank you.
Redress that will never go back into use for any other purpose. It is in there and it is for in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nuranetta.
That's right.
Okay. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Mantle?
Not really. I'm more concerned about the ongoing maintenance of any play equipment on the public open space. I'm quite happy that you can keep it as open space in perpetuity. What I'm much more concerned about is the ongoing maintenance of the area, mowing the grass, repairing the play equipment and things like that.
Well, maybe we can come back to that question if it's going to take a little while to find the information. So we'll hold that one. Can I move on to Councillor Collins?
Thanks, Chair. I'm afraid I might sound a bit like a stuck record tonight on this, but I'm going to talk about my favourite subject, electric vehicle charging points, because there was some concern raised in the objection about a lack of electric vehicle charging points in the development, and we haven't really seen anything of that in the plan here either. But in the documentation, it does say there is some scope for EV charging points, but it's not clear on how many are going to be allocated for the flats and what that's going to be. Is there a bit more information in that? Because I can't really find it in the conditions and I can't really find it in the documentation.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, would you like to respond?
So yeah, so that's left to condition 10, which does state that we would need, or that details of electrical charging facilities should be provided for each dwelling and each flat block. Although I do acknowledge that it doesn't say on the condition how many should be provided, but it would be at least. I mean, each dwelling would have an EV charging point, so that's very comprehensive in itself, and I think we would have to take advice from our air quality officer on what might be an appropriate level of provision for each of the flat blocks, which I'm sure could be sort of which I'm sure could be agreed.
Yeah, that's just what I was sort of getting at. It's more the flat, but I mean the houses are fine. They've all got provision that's in the condition, but because there's no number stated in the provision for flats, actually the way I read it, and if I was a sort of slightly hawkish fella, I'd be saying, well, that's one charging point for all of the flats because it's not defined. So I think we need to have a number associated with that, whether that's something with the air quality and transport officer that is agreed on later, whether that's possible. But I think that needs to be added to that condition. So maybe it's something we need to raise later on.
So maybe we can raise that in the debate as a possible extra condition. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bryant.
Could I just see clarification about the increase in traffic at the two road junctions? And can I ask what it is? Because it was, you said it quite quietly. And how many cars movements per rush hour is it based on?
Can I ask we've got a highways person here tonight. Anya, are you able to respond to that? Oh,
I'm happy to respond, but
you're happy to respond.
if
Highways
anyone wants to
development.
come in, then by all means you can. Yeah, so I'm Matt Armstrong, development
Oh, you're
manager at the Highway Authority. Yeah, I mean, no doubt we'll get onto this. There'll be specific questions later on, but yes, the modelling that has been carried out, validated, calibrated, checked by our modelling team shows the busiest. So we go for the peak hours, 8 till 9 a.m, 5 till 6 p.m, which is fairly standard, the busiest times on the network. It's showing at the signalised junction, so William Road, Cambridge Road, the biggest increase is on both Cambridge Road arms in the AM peak, 5 extra queuing vehicles. It's about the equivalent in one direction of, adds about 14 seconds to the journey time. And then to the roundabout, Cambridge Road, St Michael's Road roundabout, the models are showing an extra 2 queuing vehicles in the PM peak on St Michael's Road. So it's not particularly large, to be honest. And as I say, you know, these have been checked. We've got the model files from the developer, and our modelling team have checked them.
Okay, thank you very much. So I've got no more hands up, but before we move on, Nuranetta, were you able to respond about the, or Andrew, were you able to respond about the ongoing maintenance of the play area?
Apologies, Chair. I've had some problems getting into the system. I'm just trying to call up the...
Or maybe Andrew, do you have the answer?
I'm just in it now, so I'm just trying to call up the document.
Yep, I'm just having a look.
Simon, do you want to comment?
I think these are detailed points. I mean, the final drafting of the legal agreement is not completed. I think even if pending a check on what's written in the current draft, I think we can be absolutely explicit that the management company will need to maintain all the play equipment as well as the open space.
But sorry, can I just?
Can be absolutely explicit.
Yeah, Nuranetta, thank you.
Yeah,
Simon.
I've got it. So the public open space scheme includes not just the actual open space, but the equipment that will be in the children's play area and the locally equipped play areas of play and outdoor use provisions. This will also include landscaping, paths, access arrangements, street furniture, fencing, together with all future management, with the details of all future management of all of the on-site public open space. So that will also include the equipment.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that.
That's all right. I just wanted to make sure I had the right wording for Councillor Mantle.
Okay. Thank you so much. So we're going to move on now. We're going to hear, I'm going to invite Nick Molyneux, our consultant for on the viability side, to speak to us about that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good evening, councillors. It has been quite a long and complicated process. I realise you've had a marathon presentation already, so I have tried to write a summary which is as concise as possible and on the process and the conclusions. We were asked to review the development viability, and we concluded the housing scheme in itself is viable. What's making the scheme as a whole unviable is the inclusion of the cost for building the sports facilities, which in their submitted appraisal is attributed nil value. So it's assumed to be non-revenue generating, which is fairly normal for a sports hall, really. They don't tend to make a lot of money. there was a lot of scrutiny of all the costs that were submitted, particularly the works cost, and we disagreed with the applicant on how much it would cost to build. And after some debate, we ended up commissioning a quantity surveyor who did their own estimate of the works cost, and there was some disagreement there. In the end, we ended up with an agreed position, which was 1.36 million below the submitted cost. And we carried out our viability appraisal using that build cost and applying some of our assumptions where we disagree with the applicant as well about sales and marketing costs and profit. And our appraisal indicated a residual land value of 1.5 million. So that's basically taking the value of all the proposed properties and deducting all the costs of everything that's being built. There wasn't complete agreement on that figure, but near enough with the applicants. And then beyond that, following the planning practice guidance, that value should then be compared with a benchmark land value. There never really was agreement between the two parties on what that land value should be, if anything. But our conclusion is it should certainly be no more than 1.5 million. So the latest position on the viability assumes that a land value is allowable alongside the enabling cost. So it's effectively counting the provision of all those sports facilities as an abnormal cost within the housing development appraisal. So in our view, the proposal and the viability submission is asking councillors to agree to all the following in a trade-off effectively. So they're proposing a below policy compliant level of affordable housing, only 15% instead of 40%, but they will be funding the proposed improvements, and also £850,000 in off-site pitch improvements. All the enabling costs that Andrew mentioned, so the sports hall, animal management facilities, re-provision, and we assume there'd be nil development profit on the college facilities. And we allowed a 17.5% profit on the residential development, which we see as a reasonable level of developer return. And it's at the middle of the range rather than the upper level of the range, which was suggested by the applicants. And then finally, that benchmark land value, so potentially up to 1.5 million, which can be viewed differently by the two parties in such a case. It's effectively the landowner receipt for release of that site. So viewed on that basis, with all those elements in it, there is no additional surplus available for affordable housing. Also worth noting that the submitted development appraisal included 1.8 million worth of non-housing contributions, which Andrew's mentioned, including some improvements to Hitchin Station. So really what it boils down to, in our view, is the council's being asked to consider the principle of the trade-off and decide whether it strikes the right balance between, on the one hand, the need to bring the development forward, deliver the college facilities and the significant other Section 106 payments and housing delivery in general, and on the other hand, a reduced provision of affordable housing, 17 units instead of 46 units.
Thank you very much, Nick. Does anybody have an immediate question of clarification for, do any of the members have clarification questions for Nick? No? Thank you very much then. In which case, thank you for your report. We will move on to our registered speakers. So I'd like to welcome first Gordon MacPhail. I got Gordon MacPhail.
I'm waking
yes,
up.
Hello, we can see you as well. We can see and hear you. You've got 5 minutes, Gordon.
Right. So as a resident living nearby, I've consulted with as many other residents as I can. What I'd like to say to the committee is that any sensible plan for the development of Hitchin to meet future housing needs would not include cramming housing onto the grass playing fields used by both the college and the community and next to a sensitive wildlife reserve. It would not add entries and exits for that development onto one of the already most congested and polluted sections of road in Hitchin. It would not propose to increase crime by making openings into the alleyway that is footpath 83, where we already have recent knife and gang crime occurring. The proposal's based only on the financial desperation of the college to save itself and the commercial opportunism that flows from that. It's got nothing to do with a thoughtful and considerate strategic plan for the best development of the town. It's a plan that's bad for Hitchin and without a counterbalancing necessity. Today on the housing supply meeting, it was said that of the 14,650 houses anticipated to be built in North Harts, this includes a buffer of 1,650 houses more than the 13,000 actually required by the revised plan. So it's absolutely not necessary to build 116 of those houses on the college playing fields. Those 116 houses can be built in a less harmful location as part of a logical plan and not as the result of this random opportunism. An historic harm is going to be done to the future of Hitchin as a consequence of this opportunism taking precedence over logical planning for what's best for the town. The current proposal is also a harm to the college because they lose the use of the playing fields. And it's a compromise for the developer, as we just heard, who have to compromise the capacity and profitability of the development due to its location. So leadership's needed here from the councillors to ensure development is in the best interests of the town and not harmful opportunism like this proposal. Councillors should reject this proposal and make every effort to find an improved solution that makes sense for Hitchin by, for example, negotiating planning permission for a more appropriate location in return for donation of the college playing fields as a shared community common similar to Pine Hill. That would really benefit the community and maintain that green space. And I'd just like to walk through some of the harms that come from this proposal. The traffic congestion, it's going to exacerbate the already severe congestion at one of the worst traffic pinch points through Hitchin. And it exacerbates the terrible under-provision for pedestrians and cyclists under the rail bridge, which a number of residents have raised with me as a very great concern. And it increases the dangers from additional turning and speeding traffic on St Michael's Road and Cambridge Roads. And I noticed with interest the failure to demonstrate any sensible provision for those junctions on St Michael's Road. I don't believe there is a sensible plan there at all. Of course, noise and light pollution are going to increase during construction and ongoing and impact the residents and the wildlife in the reserve. Emissions will be significantly worse. It's already a very polluted area at the bottom of St Michael's Road, especially since the great increase in congestion since the Artworks Cottage development was constructed. And the visual impact, I note the tall buildings are on the highest part of the site, so they have the greatest impact on the view across Purwell. Currently, residents have rather a nice green view across Purwell up towards Harkness Roses and beyond. Now the tallest buildings are going to be put on the highest side of the site, which is incomprehensible to me, to be honest. Climate change.
4.5 minutes.
Thank you.
We're going to cram an intense development, more intense than normal, into an enclosed valley. We're already suffering from the climate change with heat waves during the summer, and this is going to create a heat bubble in the valley next to the reserve. It's the worst possible arrangement for the climate in this immediate area. And parking, we're already suffering from parking problems.
5 minutes, Chair.
Okay. Can I stop you there? I'm sorry, I did say I'll be quite strict. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening.
Do members have any questions of clarification for Mr. McPhail? Councillor Collins.
Yeah, Gordon, thanks for the presentation. And I sort of refer back to sort of the meeting we've had previously on a separate issue, and I think you touched on some of those points. But you were, I mean, I've noticed some of the comments in the report about parking, and I know you live locally, so I was wondering what your thoughts on parking in the area were.
we're already suffering from people parking in Gibson Close in order to access Chaucer Way, Hardy Close, and the station. And the what wasn't mentioned was the change in the plan to open the development into the footpath 83 behind Gibson Close. That is going to drive tremendous pressure on additional non-resident parking into Gibson Close, for example, and the other residential areas, from people wanting to take a shortcut into the new development. And it's going to be, frankly, a nightmare for everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? No. Okay, thank you. So now I'd like to invite Councillor Elizabeth Dennis-Harburg to speak as member advocate.
Lovely, thank you very much, Chair. I think Councillor Collins and I have previously heard a lot of what Gordon just said in a different context, and I would fully endorse the issues and concerns that he's raised. Now, as Andrew's explained to us this evening, this is an absolutely enormous and very, very complex application. So rather than taking a scattergun approach, because then I won't cover off anything, I wanted to sort of flag a couple of areas with the committee and hopefully not overlap too much with what others have said. Firstly, I want to say that I'm absolutely not against the building of sustainable housing of the right sort for the right price in the right place. And from what I've seen in this application, it does actually deliver on just one of those things. But we're told that we must set aside our ethics and we've got to accept what Carla has proposed because of the wider good to be delivered by way of investment in new football facilities across Hitchin. ... One thing I am pleased about, though, in this application is that Carla has very generously agreed to reinstate contribution to the works to create a second access to Hitchin Station, which is something that is absolutely essential as more and more houses are built over this side of Hitchin. But that only happened because of the intervention of officers following an extremely difficult meeting between local members. And applying pressure to have those Section 106 contributions reinstated, simply because apparently £122,000 to go towards a vital infrastructure project just simply isn't affordable and would have made the entire development unviable. I'm echoing some of the comments that we've heard in the viability section of tonight's meeting and how difficult this developer has been to deal with. Had this contribution not been reinstated, obviously tonight I would have been explaining just how important it is. I think I've done that anyway, just to fully drive home the point. But there, I'm afraid my satisfaction is going to end. This council requires a 40% allocation of affordable, using government parlance, not real terminology, housing. That has been cut, as we've heard, right down to 15%. That means we're getting 17 affordable homes, not the 46, which should be on this size development. And within that allocation itself, the split between rented accommodation and shared ownership accommodation has not been complied with. We require 65% rented, 35% shared ownership. Carla has told us it will give us, if we're lucky, 59% rented, 41% shared ownership. And I question how, with the country on the brink of a severe economic crash following the COVID crisis and a deepening housing crisis, it could possibly be equitable for us to reduce or for us to allow the affordable housing allocations to be reduced by such an amount and to price renters, which will be the majority, I think, for the foreseeable future, out of housing and being left with insufficient accommodation to meet the needs of the community. I do not think that this particular part of this application meets the needs of the community that I represent. This is a medium-sized development in planning speak. For me and local residents, it's actually very, very large, and it replaces a large open green space, albeit used for playing fields, but still a green space, with concrete, and a few residential gardens, which, as we've heard, are actually smaller than we would like and than they should be. we've not necessarily heard that much about how sustainable this site is going to be in terms of its build or what it's going to deliver. We don't know the materials. We've got sort of a little bit of wood board here and there. Is this greenhousing? Is it sustainable? Where's the solar PV panels? Like them or loathe them, they do actually have a value when you think about green and sustainable housing. That's not in this application. Does this application meet this council's climate commitments? Cycle parking for just 32 bikes at the college versus
4.5 minutes, Chair.
Thank you. Versus how many car parking spaces? Very little about cycle parking in the residential areas, not too much to encourage sustainable modes of transport. This is very important environmentally, and we need to be looking at strategies to put in place to help reduce environmental impact and to help deal with our very congested roads. But in summary, because we're running for time, while there are some positives, a couple, in this application, for me, there's much more that Cala could and should be doing for this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, I've got Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to ask Councillor Dennis Harburg in a slightly different hat on in this one, because she said she's triggered me on a few points there, and I think she's probably aware she did, but I think I'll do that in the debate. But in 3.9 in the report we've got, there's a little section about, well, bin lorries trying to go and pick up the bins from this development, and it says quite clearly that the road's not big enough for the bin lorries. Well, that's a pretty big problem, and it doesn't seem to be addressed anywhere later in the document. So I'm curious what she thinks in her role as waste member for waste. What's the stance on this?
I feel that in a briefing that I had at the end of last week or the week before, when we were knocking about the Section 106 issue in general, we did have a conversation about the wagons. So I think potentially officers can advise and expand on that. But at the moment, if that road isn't wide enough for the large wagons, the normal size wagons we have, we would have to use one of the farm vehicles. There are going to be operational impacts if that happens. I'm not necessarily keen to allow that operational impact because I know what will happen in other areas of the service. But officers should be able to explain more, maybe in the debate where it's appropriate, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are there any further questions? No. Thank you very much, Councillor Dennis Harburg. I'm going to now call on Kit Davies to speak. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. I think the first thing I'd like to say is that this planning application is so much more than bricks and mortar, and for me it represents something bigger, more fundamental and more important for the college and the community. This is about a college that has been at the heart of the Hitchin community since 1965, and for those 55 years the college has been a key employer and partner and contributor to the college community it served, and now more than ever its facilities need to be developed and the college needs to grow and flourish into the future. This plan is about protecting the long-term sustainability of one of Hitchin's key assets. We teach and support over 9,000 students and apprentices each year, and we do this well. The college has excellent achievement rates, and we're in the top 25% in the country. Our sports and public service curriculum area punches above its weight, and our students achieve well, and they progress onto some fantastic next steps. But the dire facilities aren't fit for purpose and they are a drain to maintain. The sports hall is falling down. The roof is full of holes, and when it rains, it floods to the point where we have to shut it. The shower block's been decommissioned due to its state of disrepair. The gym and dance studios are stale, tired and old. Our staff and students are now having to access alternative facilities to teach the sports curriculum, and they deserve better. We want to and need to develop our facilities so we can deliver a sports curriculum and develop new sports science curriculum that is fit for purpose and prepares our young people for the jobs of tomorrow. This redevelopment enables this to happen. We will significantly increase our ability to deliver relevant higher level courses and apprenticeship programs. On the campus, the plans propose a complete redevelopment of our sports facilities, including a modern industry standard sports hall, state-of-the-art gym and a brand new 3G pitch. Off-site, the plan includes building an additional 3G pitch and 2 new grass pitches at one of Hitchin's largest secondary school, the Priory School, a school that's also in need of development on its sports facilities. This will transform what the school can do in terms of its access to sport and well-being for its students in the daytime, and importantly for community users in the evenings and weekends. The demand for grassroots football, youth football and girls football is growing exponentially, and quite simply Hitchin does not have the facilities to cope. The NHDC pitch playing strategy itself identifies Hitchin as a hotspot, a town that needs more facilities. Our development has the support of the 3 largest youth clubs in the area. They know firsthand that the demand for facilities far outstrips supply. They know that this proposal unlocks for thousands of young people and adults the chance to play sports locally for the long term. In addition to the provision of the extensive new sporting facilities across the college and in Hitchin, the clear benefits that they bring, there is of course the added value of the high quality housing development comprising the 116 dwellings. This is on a site that is in addition to those sites already identified in your local emerging plan. People have talked about what the scheme puts back into Hertfordshire and the investment, new sports facilities at the college and the school, investment in local schools and childcare, libraries, youth services through the S106 agreement. Importantly, investment and contributions in sustainable transport and other environmental measures, new cycle pathway, footpaths, improvements to the local road junctions and the Hitchin Station Access Improvement Project. This is an enabling development that at its core is about localism, education, skills, health, well-being and community. It's no secret, against a backdrop of underfunding in the sector, this will put the college on a path to longer term sustainability. And committee members, I can't stress that enough. This will future-proof our college community for generations. Through ongoing education and training, the college will continue to drive job creation that in turn creates prosperous local economies. Through the development of better sporting facilities, we support local health and well-being agendas that in turn create fit, healthy and happy communities. I said right at the start, this application isn't just about buildings, it's an opportunity to approve a place-shaping scheme that will bring incredible benefits to individuals, to families.
4.5 minutes, Chair.
And the town of Hitchin. And I'm passionate. Every single day I see the impact of what we do, the power of education and training to enrich lives, spark passion, nurture, support young people and adults to help them to succeed and achieve their goals and dreams and move on to their next steps. Chair and committee members, the college has been here in Hitchin since 1965, and I want to ensure we remain at the heart of this community, our community, for another 55 minutes to come. Approving this planning application, quite simply.
Thank you. I'm going to stop you there. Sorry.
Happen.
Thank you so much. We'll stop you there. Okay, Councillor Allen has a question.
I do. You mentioned about how this is going to really help the college moving forward. How is the financial viability of the college, and is this really going to be a sufficient capital injection to help the college?
Sorry, Chair, the half that question cut out.
You went on mute partway through, Councillor Allen. You're going to have to restate that.
My apologies. The question was, is this really going to be enough money to save the college? As you've mentioned, there's been issues with the financial viability as a long term. You're saying this is going to be something that is needed. What is your comment to how the financial injection is compared with the viability of the college?
It's no secret, as I said, that the further education sector is funded differently to the school sector, and the sector nationally as a whole is under stress and has been under stress. The college is what's classified as a requires improvement college for financial health. We have some cash in the bank, we pay our bills and we manage our way and we pay down any debts that we have. What this allows us to do is invest in the facilities that we can't do in another way. This will provide long-term opportunities for students and for communities for the long term. And to answer your question simply, yes, this certainly goes a long way to helping the college become really fit in terms of its financial health and be in Hitchin for the long term, which is absolutely what I want to happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
don't think we have any further questions. It is nearly 9 o'clock, but I just want to check. Nuranetta, could you advise me? Are we permitted to break before the end of the item, or do we have to continue to debate?
I think you've heard this is the presentation, and you've also had the start again. You've heard the presentations. You also had the speakers. So I think this might be a good juncture to. Sorry, just realised this would be a good juncture to take a pause before you start the debate. What you couldn't do was start the debate and then have a break.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to check. Okay, so we can have a pause here for 5 minutes. So let's come back at 9:05. It's just before 9 o'clock now, and we'll start the debate.
If all members could turn off their cameras and ensure they're muted as well. Thank you.
welcome back to everyone. Before we get going, I'm going to invite our committee officer to take a roll call.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. If you could just confirm your attendance again by turning on your cameras and calling out as I call your names. I'll start with our councillors, surnames if that's okay. Councillor Allen.
Here.
Thank you. Got Councillor Brown. Councillor
Here.
Bryant.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire. I'll come back to him. Councillor Hewson.
Here.
Councillor Hunter.
Present.
Councillor Moody.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Tyson.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Hello again.
Councillor Mantle.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Muir.
Present.
Thank you very much. Is Councillor Derbyshire back? I'll circle back to him at the end. Councillor Dennis Harburg. Okay.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Our officers, Simon Ellis.
Present.
Thank you. Andrew Hunter.
Present.
Thank you. Melissa Tyler.
Present.
Matthew Armstrong.
Present.
Nick Molyneux.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Niraneta Katavu.
Present.
And Annie Ajakasha.
Present.
Thank you. And our registered speakers, Gordon McPhail.
Yes, still here. Thank you.
Thank you. Kit Davies.
Yes, absolutely still here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Barrows.
So I'm still present. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Christopher Evans.
Yes, I'm here.
Chris Wilson.
Yes, present.
Thank you. And Jonathan West.
Here.
Thank you very much. And can I just confirm that Morgan Derbyshire, Councillor Derbyshire, you're back?
Apologies for that, I am back.
Not to worry. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you. We will then resume. So we've heard our presentations and we heard from our speakers. So we're now going to move into the debate on the Hitchin College development. Who would like to kick off the debate? I don't have any hands up yet. Okay, Councillor Collins, you got there first.
I'll start because you know, I can freelance it a bit. Obviously, you heard the question I asked Councillor Dennis Harburg about the access for bin trucks. That's a pretty major concern for me. In another role, I talk to a lot of the rural communities in our area, and if we're going to be losing a bin truck off a rural route, then I've got some real concerns about that. There was the point about electric car charging. And could we add a condition about that? I might be interested to hear the officers' perspectives on what the best way forward on that one would be. And just the general environmental points raised by a few people. I think most of you have seen the draft statutory planning document that this council's putting together as part of the new local plan or the emerging local plan. And I don't think this development would comply with some of the things that are in that draft document, but it is a draft. So it's a little bit difficult to put conditions based on something that hasn't happened yet, but it would be nicer to see something like that in those documents. And then I do have the very real concerns about the level of affordable housing in there as well, as Councillor Dennis Harburg pointed out. 17 compared to 40 something is quite a big difference. And again, is that something we need to address in the conditions?
Thank you very much. We'll come back to some of the conditions towards the end of the debate, but I've made a note of them. Councillor Mantle. You're on mute, Councillor Mantle. You're on mute. Councillor Mantle, we can't hear you.
I know you can't. My picture had been moved by Zoom and I was trying to find it. Apologies for that. Technology defeats us again. I think we've got to start by saying, is the principle of this development as an enabling development one which we're prepared to accept? Because the answer to that's no, then the whole of the rest of the debate just falls down. It's really, I would ask colleagues, do you think that the case has been satisfactorily made by the college as to why this development has to go ahead to release capital for the college to upgrade its facilities? I know a long time ago some of us were invited to a visit of the sports centre. We could see for ourselves what state it's in. But that's why I asked the question before, because clearly if it's an enabling development, we've got to make sure that the development that it enables goes ahead, and that we don't suddenly just get a housing estate and no improvement to the college. So they've got to be really tightly tied up to make sure that the improvements and the work on the college itself and the sports hall actually happen. But if we are prepared to accept that, I think we then have to look, is the actual proposed housing that is being proposed by Colour Homes acceptable in planning terms? And I have a serious concerns about a number of aspects of it. The size of the gardens is one, but one of the questions we haven't really addressed is where the bicycles and bins get stored. In my ward, there is a development where we got it completely wrong, and the whole thing is cluttered up with bins because we didn't think about providing bin storage. So we've got, I don't know what the answer is, but perhaps Mr. Hunter can come back on that one when we get a bit further on.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not, sorry, I'm sorry.
You haven't finished yet.
A couple of other points. I'm not particularly happy about the access road, particularly not in terms of having a mixed use cycle and cars. I know what it's like trying to cycle on roads with cars, because that's the only way I can get out of my house. And I think that we need something more sustainable in terms of separating cars and bicycles on the access. If we're going to have that, what frankly is a very long and not particularly satisfactory one, approach road. And the other point, there was a reference at one point to a footpath having steps. I cannot think of anything less appropriate. How on earth does that comply with disability legislation? How on earth are people supposed to push buggies or put their electric mobility scooters down? So I think that the actual design of the residential development itself could do with quite a lot of improving in a lot of aspects. Even I am prepared to accept that as long as we tie it down properly, the enabling development is a principle which we really on balance have to accept, but they're very much on balance. I'm not at all happy with the actual quality of the development that's actually being proposed for the residential part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hewson.
Thank you, Chair. So 4 points from me. First one, I was expecting we have somebody from Highways on. Are we not getting a presentation from them as well, or is it just to clarify certain points?
It's about clarifying questions.
Okay, thanks. So in that case, maybe would somebody be able to clarify if there's cycle access from Chaucer Way? That would be good. And I'll rattle through these and then we can get through them at the end. On the EV charging points, 4.3.146 says there's going to be one EV charging point per plot. So I guess that goes back to Councillor Collins's point about that's okay for the houses, but what about the apartments? Losing my mind now. So yeah, that would be good to clarify how that applies there. However, I do recognise the need from the college on this point. I think Kit made some very good points, and yeah, I have been to the college. I think when they first had their presentation about a year ago, and they do desperately need an upgrade there. And you know, it is essential to hitch into the college there, and it is a large employer. So I think the need is recognised, and in theory, as an enabling development, I guess I'm all for it. But yeah, it has to be the right one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll ask officers to respond to those questions at the end. First of all, I'll take all the members who want to speak. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I really have an issue with the bin lorries, as Councillor Collins has mentioned. We've got our own officers saying that the bin lorries won't fit. Surely this means that we cannot let this through.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Have you got any further points?
Well, huge numbers, primarily about the fact that we need more social housing in it. The fact that, yes, we need football pitches, but some of us prefer rugby anyway. And I feel that there are a huge number of issues. We haven't mentioned the trees that are going to be removed, being replaced, which I was kind of waiting for Michael to jump in on. So, yeah, that's my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bryant.
I'm concerned about the actual housing, and I've not really seen that there have been any moves to have green, sustainable house construction. Have I missed it?
Well, I'll ask officers to respond to that at the end. Okay, Councillor Tyson.
Yes, I've got concerns about the balance of this whole proposal with the super snazzy development of the college on the one hand, and on the other hand, what we're told is the trade-off with the housing development. And I think that we're, you know, I can spot a number of deficiencies in the housing development, and I think that we might be asking ourselves whether are we prepared to accept lower standards because this is an enabling site, so-called, than we would otherwise. Would this application, if it were just for the housing development, go ahead uncontested and uncriticised, if it weren't for the fact that it was there to bolster up the development of the college, which I do accept, you know, as a worthy cause in itself. I'm also concerned about the lack of affordable housing. This whole principle of the trade-off is a concern to me. It does have a little whiff about doing a deal with the devil, if you like, you know, and the 15%, I mean, actually, mathematically, that's been rounded up from 14.6. It's just tokenistic, really. And then on the climate mitigation section on page 60 of the report, Andrew makes mention of something called the applicant's energy strategy statement, which apparently contains several answers to issues about climate change mitigation, but I was unable to find this statement in the associated documentation. I don't know if that was just me or if it's just not there to be found, but apparently it sets out why carbon reduction technologies are not optimal and necessary here, even though apparently the development as a whole would exceed the current building regulation standards in terms of energy efficiency and carbon emissions. But I'd like to know a little bit more, perhaps if we do come back to Andrew on these points, about why what the carbon reduction technologies concerned are and why they're not optimal or necessary in this case. So those would be some of my concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. So, Councillor Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I have 4 points. I'll leave trees to the last. First of all, we have voted on climate change, and really, if this development was just for housing, would we accept this scheme when there's no form I've seen of any solar panels, any ground source pumps or air pumps. I don't know about the lagging. All this should all now be considered in all our developments. The bin lorries, has already been said, we can't accept a road where our bin lorries can't get down. If our bin lorries can't get down, what about a fire engine? They're about the same width. And what about moving house with a big delivery lorry removal van? No, it's opening a can of worms, not being wide enough, the road. Carla Homes, over the last few years, we've refused quite a few of their applications and they've always gone to appeal. So I'd like to know from our officers, if we do refuse this and they go to appeal, are we likely to lose it? Then my last thing are trees, as Daniel mentioned. We've heard from our officer there's going to be a loss of trees. Well, we can't stand for that. I started many years ago that if we lose a tree, we've got to have a 2-to-1 policy. So 2 standard trees are planted instead of that 1 tree that's failed. Now, unfortunately, when I printed all these off last, the last half dozen pages I run out of paper. So I don't know whether there was anything in there about the trees 2-to-1 policy. If there isn't, then I think we should have a condition that every tree that's failed, 2 are replanted. If they can't be replanted on the site, then they're planted elsewhere within the district council on land that we would own, or they're offered to the county council to be planted on their land. So there's my 4 concerns, if they could be answered, please.
Thank you, Councillor Muir. Are there any further members wishing to speak? So before we go to the officer, I just want to raise something that hasn't been mentioned, and I think quite a few people have said they're not very happy with the proposed housing development, and I just want to note that our own landscape and urban design officer is not very happy with it either, and under her conclusion is the changes that have been made are welcomed, but they're insufficient to create a high quality development that has a sense of place and functions well. And within her report, she has quite a few issues that she talks about. So I just wanted to raise that myself, as no one else has. Oh, I've got Councillor Moody now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just one quick question, really. We're going to lose some playing fields from the college side, and they're going to be moved to the primary, which I believe is at the other end of Hitchin. How are the students going to get there? What kind of provisions have been made to get the students from one site to the other site? Are we having more traffic on the road?
Okay, thank you for your question. Are there any further questions or debate from members before I ask the officer to respond? No, I haven't got anyone else. So I'd like to invite Andrew Hunter to respond to the issues that have been raised, and possibly we might need the highways development officer to respond to some of the issues. So I'll start with Andrew.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'll answer the issues as best as I can. So regarding the access to the site by refuse lorries and other large vehicles, the waste officer who provided his comments at the time didn't actually object. He was asking for a condition requiring further details, and that response in the report was also very early on in the process. And since that time, there have been various amendments and work done between the applicant and the County Council Highways Authority, who who are satisfied themselves that the site, in terms of road widths, would be sufficient to handle those types of large vehicles. So, as for me, there would be sort of, the site has been designed sufficiently to, in that respect. Then, with sustainability of the development has been another point raised. So the applicant did provide a detailed sustainability statement, which did go through the various types of renewable energy and sort of options that are available, but the overall sort of thrust of the approach is to is what it's called a fabric first approach, which aims to basically minimize expected carbon emissions through through more efficient design of the houses themselves, and in relation to things like their heating systems and lighting and orientation and solar gain and things like that, which on their own would result in expected energy and carbon reductions. They did go through the various options, such as like wastewater heat recovery systems and solar panels and heat pumps, and that they go into some. The report goes into some detail about why they weren't considered suitable for the development, which are quite lengthy, and the report is that statement. It is public, and it is on the website. So, I mean, for me, the fact that there would be a saving in expected carbon emissions, I think, would help the development to meet the objectives that certainly that the NPPF wants in minimizing carbon emissions and the impacts of and the potential impacts of climate change. So I think that's what I would like to say for that. In terms of the trees, the proposal would result in the loss of 8 trees, but many more trees are proposed in place, which I think would more than compensate that loss. The landscape master plan and the various site plans show some substantial tree planting between the sports pitch and the flat buildings, along the boundary with Purwell Meadows, and along the access road and elsewhere within the site. So my view is that the tree planting proposed would more than offset the trees that would be lost. So with and then coming to the views of the of our landscape officer. I think it's this case. It's a case of well, my view is that the development would have enough quality for a positive recommendation. The houses and the flats have been designed to an acceptable quality and a good to high standard. The variety results in an interesting and a distinctive streetscape. There would be the tree planting on the access road and within the site would help to provide a sense of place for the development. So I mean that's essentially my view on that side of things, and I think those are the main points I want to make.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there were some points for the highways officer. Would you like to respond to the points raised around highways?
Hi, yes, I'll try and run through those. So there's been some talk about access for refuse vehicles. Accesses onto the public highway have been tracked both in and out using the largest refuse vehicle, 12.2 metres long, and shown to work. There were some late changes internally to show that such a vehicle can also make manoeuvres internally. I believe there was a question around cycle access from Chaucer Way. So there's a link currently alongside number 22 Chaucer Way that links Chaucer Way to the site. At the moment, it's rather narrow, hard surfaced footpath, overgrown. So by Grampian planning condition, we requested, and that's been included in your officer's report, to widen that to at least 3 metres, to be a shared footway cycleway in effect, to improve that, put lighting in. I think I will defer to my colleague Annie, if that's all right. I think there's some questions around where would bikes be stored on site and the long access road, approach road suitability for cyclists. So Annie,
Yeah,
are you happy to?
Okay, yeah, there was one about separating cars and cycles on the access road.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'll invite Annie to respond to those.
Yes, I can respond in terms of the cycle parking provision. So there's been quite a lot of back and forth with the applicant about cycle parking provision between the high quality standards really. So we ended up with a provision through block A, B, and C. I think indeed as well. So we've got, just going to give you the numbers. So for block A, B, and C, we've got 43 cycle parking standards, and for block D, we've got 19 cycle parking spaces secured. That also includes spaces for inclusive bicycles, so for not standard bicycles like tricycles and cargo bikes. We also have 2 stands for each block for visitors outside the main entrance to the blocks. We've also secured a high quality cycle parking for houses. So that's your response to cycle parking provision. In terms of the access by bicycles, it is proposed via St. Michael's access and via road, which is gonna measure 5.5 meters in width. This is gonna also include sinusoidal ramps, which is gonna create an appealing environment for cyclists with some changes to the materials used for the surface. And we feel the width, the 5.5, is sufficient for this development. And yeah, it's basically, it caters for both for children cyclists as well as adult cyclists, and we feel that makes it safe environment for both.
Thank you very much. There was a question about the footpath with steps. I don't know whether that's a highways or that's one for Andrew.
I can respond to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's one access from the right of way via stairs, but also there's 2 further access points from the rights of way. If you go further towards Cambridge Road that way, but it's still going to be from the rights of way path. So in addition to that, yeah, one will be non-compliant for people with disability to access, but we're going to have, in addition to that, we're going to have 2 further points of access from that rights of way.
Okay, so the footpath with steps is not the only access. There are
It's
2
not the
further,
only, no.
2 further level access points. Okay, that answers that question. Thank you so much. Right, I've got lots of hands up. So Councillor Allen.
I think that what I wanted to ask has actually just been covered. Thank you.
Brilliant, that's marvellous. Councillor Muir. You're on mute, Councillor Muir.
Yeah, thank you. We heard from our officer, Anthony, that 8 trees are coming down. He said there's others being planted in several places, but what's being planted? Is it more than 16 extra trees? So that will conform to a 2-to-1 policy that we should be adopting. So if he can answer that. The other thing was whether Simon can answer Carla Holmes, would we lose and have costs against the council if we refuse this on the housing element?
Okay, I'll come back to that in a moment. I'll come back to you, Simon. I'm just going to take the next couple and then I'll come back to you if that's all right. Councillor Mantle.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I asked a question about bin storage, which hasn't actually been answered.
Yeah.
Okay, bin storage hasn't been answered. Okay, Councillor Collins.
Before I speak, I want to hear the answers to those questions. So
Okay,
come
fine.
back.
Okay, we'll leave your hand up then. Councillor Bryant, do you want to speak now or wait for the answers? Okay, well, you're waiting for the answers by the looks of things. Okay, so first of all, bin storage then. Can I ask Andrew to respond to that?
Yes, okay. So each house and the flats would all have their own bin storage, which hasn't been objected to by our waste officer. So that they would either be within for the houses, they would usually be within the curtilages. In some cases within like garden storage buildings, and the flats would have their own areas for bin storage, just either either within the main flat buildings themselves, or in a like a separate building, like within the site. So bin storage, taking into account the views of our waste officer, for me, I believe is satisfactory.
Okay, thank you. Can you confirm that there are at least 16 trees being planted for the 8 that are lost, or 16 or more?
It's many more than that. Probably, I would estimate it perhaps 100 or so.
Okay, that's
substantial.
Okay, that's answered that one. Now I'm going to invite Simon to respond to the question about appeal.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think you've got sort of three baskets of issues. I think a lot of the technical issues and the points around bin stores, refuse collection, tree planting, EV charging points, we can get there by either accepting the officer recommendation or tweaking some conditions, particularly on the EV charging points for flats. So I think if the committee went in that direction, we can tweak some conditions and we can probably resolve those by an approval, subject to maybe some fine tuning of the conditions. If you are talking about cycle access, I think some of the points that Councillor Mantle was making, I mean, those have been answered by the highway officers from highway engineers about how the sort of relationship between cycles and vehicles has been dealt with, and access to the wider footpath network and things about DDA access, I think that's been addressed. If you're talking about, I think the point that Councillor Mantle made is important at the beginning about affordable housing. The point that you've been advised from Nick Molyneux and from the officer recommendation is that the reason you don't get 40% affordable housing is because this development is not just a housing scheme. It delivers the other benefits and the improvements to the sports facilities that are also in the proposal. And the phasing plan, which is in the 106 agreement, I mean, we've discussed this with Carla Holmes and the college over many, many months. And the phasing plan in the section 106 agreement does ensure that you can't split the development. You don't get away with just building 116 houses with 15% affordable housing and then not doing the other aspect. The phasing plan is about delivering everything. And what the phasing plan does is it's not completely finalized, but what it does is it delivers you the whole package. So and the trade-off is you don't get 40% affordable housing because you get that other aspect to the development. If you wanted 40% affordable housing, I think it's in the conclusion, you don't get any development. You wouldn't get 40% of anything because the 116 houses with 40% wouldn't deliver the other benefits, and the whole deal would just tumble away, I think. So if you were to refuse planning permission on that aspect and went to appeal, I can't really give you a view on the success or failure at appeal, because it's all about taking the view that you don't accept the other benefits that are being offered here, and the council's taking a view that when we're going to just leave the sports facilities as they are, and we don't want housing on this site because we're not going to get 40% affordable housing. That would have to be your view, and you'd have to give evidence on that. And you'd have to, you'd have to balance that against what the applicant would claim that, that's the wrong outcome. And I think, the officer view is that would be the wrong outcome as well. So it'd be very difficult to me. It's a bit of a peculiar case for me to give you advice on what your prospects of success were on appeal. If you were to refuse appeal on design grounds, I mean, I don't think you've got a particularly strong case. I take the point about our landscape and urban design officer is not completely satisfied with the scheme. But I think if you asked her, would she be prepared to give evidence in a public inquiry to support a refusal of planning permission on detailed design, I think she might take a slightly different view. The scheme could be improved, but is it so bad that in design grounds you want to refuse planning permission in design grounds? So I think if you want to tweak conditions, we can do that, and you can grant a planning permission this evening. If you want to disregard the entire concept, then that's a completely different outcome. And I think that's the way the committee need to determine. If you accept the concept, then we can certainly make some changes to those conditions. But if you don't accept the concept, then you need to consider a different way forward.
Thank you very much, Simon. So I think in essence, what we've got before us is and I think Councillor Mantle said this right at the start, we have to decide whether we accept the principle of an enabling development. Then if we do, we need to decide what we think about the design of the residential, because we could ask them to go and do a redesign of that part of it, I think, if we don't accept that. So there are two parts to this. So, but I will take the next people who want to speak. So, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, that was really helpful there from Simon. I'll tell you where I'm at, because I'm bouncing this around in my head, and I think it might be helpful for colleagues to sort of, I think maybe they're in the same position. But as you say, there's two positions here. We've got improvements to a college which have clear benefits to our young people going forward decades. That's a really important thing to do. But at the same time, we've got housing development, which I think from all the discussions we've seen here isn't ideal. Certainly, it wouldn't comply with the SPD that's going to be put to the Cabinet and to ONS again in the coming weeks. Certainly, this development would not comply with that. But we can't ask developers to put forward developments that don't to comply with an SPD that hasn't been finalised yet. But I'd be much more comfortable if we had a development here that complied with that SPD. So what Simon was saying about tweaking those conditions, well, I think that's, as a very bare minimum, something we have to do, and we have to finalise that tonight. So that's the EV charging points. I'd like a little bit more certainty on the bin lorries. Well, we've heard from highways, we have heard from the officers, we've also heard from the executive member, and she didn't seem too convinced about that. So again, I'm not all the way there on that. I was planning to propose that we refuse the application, but I'm not going to do that now because I think some of the other members have got points they need to make as well. But it's a very difficult situation we're placed in right now. If I had my perfect scenario, this application would go away and come back in a few months when we've got the SPD passed, then we could ask the developer to build it to those standards. We can't do that at this point. So we're stuck a little bit with what they're proposing. And I'm minded at the moment to sort of lean towards that the housing design isn't up to spec. It isn't what we want to see in North Hertfordshire. But we have to weigh that off against those benefits of the sports centre. So I'm really struggling with this. So I'm asking my colleagues to throw in and help, perhaps.
Thank you so much, Councillor Collins. Councillor Bryant.
My query is about construction traffic and the impact of construction traffic on this very busy area in Hitchin. And I was just wondering from the officers, has this impact been modelled to see how long it would be for and how many vehicles would be involved, and how we could try and prevent chaos at the roundabout with St Michael's Road and Cambridge Road?
Okay, well, I think I'll invite the highways person to respond to that immediately, I think.
We've asked for, and it's been included in your officer's report, for a construction traffic management plan before commencement of the development, which would cover all of that element. So numbers, types, sizes of construction vehicles, phasing, etc. And we would only agree to the discharge of that condition, signing that off, if all our concerns were addressed on that. But it's usual practice for construction traffic to be dealt with through a condition like that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mantle.
Thank you.
You're on mute.
I am muted again. That's Zoom for you. The point I was trying to get at was, I don't know if any members have been down to the Phoenix Park development lately, but if they have, they'll see what goes wrong when we don't take account of things like bin storage, pushchair storage, and so on. In the early stages of the design, you end up with an eyesore. And frankly, looking at the plans, I cannot for the life of me see where the bins are supposed to store. This isn't something that the refuse department will be interested in. The bins are on the edge of the road when they come round. We're talking about where they are when they're not actually out for collection. And I think we need to be much clearer that we've got an adequate space and an adequate way of getting the bins from somewhere out of sight to the edge of the curb when it's collection day. I don't think the existing plan does that. So I take the point entirely about that's something to be sorted out by condition, but I'm not particularly happy. And also, of course, there is the point that we're not just talking about electric cars, we're also talking about all sorts of other electric vehicles. And the charging points in the houses and the flats need to accommodate. Let's just take an example, elderly people's invalid carriages, electric invalid scooters, or people who invest in electric bicycles. So we've got to bear that in mind and actually get ahead of the game and not suddenly try playing catch up. The other point, I'm still very unhappy about the main access for separating cyclists from cars. I think some form of separation is essential. Where people have to cycle on the road fighting with cars, good luck. I mean, I've done it myself many times, and it's a hairy sort of experience which I wouldn't wish on a new development. We've got the opportunity not to replicate mistakes of the past. And please, please, I'm happy to go ahead with an enabling development in principle, but I think we've got to sort out some of the details. I'm not terribly happy with a number of the details of the design of this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Mantle. Councillor Allen.
I am going to propose that we vote in favour to grant as per the officer's recommendation. I don't like it at all. I want more affordable housing, but we do need the facilities as well. I would therefore recommend that we grant with many, many different my brain's gone.
Conditions.
Thank you. With many different conditions.
Okay, I've got Michael Muir.
Yes, thank you. I will certainly second it, but we need to look at the conditions, especially those of Councillor Mantle's points. Then I'll be happy if we can fulfil those conditions to vote for it.
Okay, so we've got a proposer and a seconder. So Simon, would you like to advise us on those conditions?
I think if you're going to go down that route, I think you're looking at just changing the wording of the EV charging condition to confirm that it's a multi-purpose EV charging point. And it's also, we want a feasibility and clarity on these flats in relation to the EV charging points. I don't think you need to put a set number in there. I think we can get the gist of what members are after, and we can make sure that it's the optimum number available for the number of spaces that are there for the number of flats. We can strengthen the eco measures condition, not significantly, because the optimum eco measures is all about the viability of the scheme. We can add a little bit more in there on measures to be approved in writing, but we can get the gist of where we're going, and we can look at some of the stuff emerging in the draft design SPD, and we can clarify the fine details of the final bin store locations that Councillor Mantle was talking about. So I think if you want to cover those 3 points, and we can reflect those in slightly changing the wording of the conditions and just being more, giving a bit more clarity and a bit more certainty about what we're looking for, then I think that covers. I think Councillor Muir's point about the trees, I think Andrew Hunter has explained that the landscaping scheme is quite generous in that respect. So I think if you went down that route, we can change those 3 conditions: EV charging points, get more clarity, multi-purpose EV charging points, additional eco measures for the design, construction, and sustainability of the development itself, and then the bin stores. I think those conditions don't change the scheme, but they just give a little bit more clarity on what we're looking for in terms of extra benefits. So if that's the recommendation, we can take those points and make those changes to the conditions.
Thank you, Simon.
Okay.
Okay, so is there anybody else who wants to ask? Are we satisfied with those conditions?
No.
No. Okay. Councillor Allen.
I would also like a condition that we have the separation for cyclists and cars. I would also like the condition that there is a guarantee put on the children's play area that it will have equipment and suitable equipment for the duration of its existence, not a case of it will then just, as soon as the first load of equipment dies, be turned into a green space area.
Okay, thank you. And I've got Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a small point. There was a lot of discussion about waste, and I did notice in the report, and I think it's 4.3.114 about the road layout, whereby HCC Highways have stated that it includes sufficient manoeuvring space for large refuse vehicles. And it goes on to about be collected safely and without unreasonable disruption of the flow of traffic. I just thought there was a lot of debate about getting waste in and out of the site, but that's quite clearly in there that it's already been negated by and accepted by the council's waste officer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins.
Different council for starters. So NHDC didn't seem too happy with it. HCC did. Just on the point that Simon made, I completely support, by the way, what Councillor Allen said about those conditions. I think those are all essential. Just on the point about the electric car charging, I liked the wording that Simon used about optimal number for the houses, but I just have this real fear that if we don't put a number against that, that number could end up just being 1. I don't want to leave grey areas in here, and I don't quite know how you'd word it. And I think the wording you used was pretty good. So could we add in wording with the approval of NHDC or the agreement of NHDC, perhaps something like that into there, just so that, you know, they can't just go around, well, we think this is optimal, there's 1, whereas actually the council says, no, that's not optimal, we want 15, something like that.
Or maybe we could put a minimum number in as a possibility.
Perhaps. I don't know what that number would be, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, so with the agreement of approval of NHDC sounds like a good move forward. And Simon, can you respond to Councillor Allen's query about conditions as well?
Okay, Chair. So the equipment, the play equipment point. Now that Niranetta Katevu did explain in the legal agreement that the legal agreement requires a private management company to maintain the open space and the play equipment. And what happens in there is the legal agreement gets signed, and then further down the line, when the development's implemented, as part of that legal agreement, the developer will need to provide a scheme to the council to show that the equipment will be maintained in perpetuity. So these are quite new, because the old days we would adopt it and look after it ourselves. But I mean, the council don't really do that kind of thing anymore, because we don't want to take on the long-term liability. But we are evolving in how we think about those things. And we do have examples of other legal agreements that we would use that ensures that the equipment is provided, it is maintained to the right standard, and that we can enforce that standard going into the future, so that if it ever gets into disrepair, we can go back to the developer and say, you're liable to keep that equipment going. So that, I think that point is covered by the legal agreement and doesn't need to be an additional condition. On terms of the separation of the cycle and the access and pedestrian point onto the roundabout section, I think I'd like to just take some advice from the Highway Authority, because that was a discussion that did take place many weeks ago. And I'm not sure whether you can deal with that via condition, but I think what we could get advice from Matt is what level of change would be required to achieve that outcome, and can that be done by condition? I think it probably could. I think it would be something along a revised scheme to be submitted, which achieves this objective, and it wouldn't undermine the development scheme in completely. It would just change that particular aspect. But we'll see what the Highway Authority have to say.
Okay, Matt, can I invite you to respond to that?
Sure, yeah. So originally we were encouraging the developer to provide a separate route along that access road away from the carriageway. One option is a shared footway cycleway, which is typically 3 meters, but tending to move a bit more away from that as Highway Authority now. The ideal scenario would be a completely separate, segregated cycleway route, but there was quite a bit of pushback on that from the developer. I think there was talk around some of the trees and landscaping would have to come out for that. So yeah, our preference being, although it is still technically acceptable to have a shared footway cycleway at 3 meters wide, our preference would be that it's totally segregated. But then, yeah, you're stripping out a lot of the landscaping trees to get that. So as an alternative, compromise isn't perhaps quite the right word, but we ended up agreeing to cyclists using that residential access approach road. Obviously, Anya was talking earlier about the humps that are being put in, the cycle friendly, the type of design that they are, the different surface treatment that's being used. And I think it's worth mentioning there was some brand new national cycle guidance, technical guidance issued earlier this year. It's called LTN 120. by central government. And I'll just read out a couple of sentences from that I think it might be worth being aware of. Where motor traffic flows are light and speeds are low, cyclists are likely to be able to cycle on carriageway in mixed traffic. Most people, especially with younger children, will not feel comfortable on carriageways with more than 2,500 vehicles per day. We're nowhere near that level on this approach road, and speeds of more than 20 miles an hour. So again, we're encouraging a design speed of 20 miles an hour for this approach road with the traffic calming and so on. That note goes on to say, traffic calming and traffic management techniques can be used to help reduce motor vehicle speed and volume to make cycling in mixed traffic less hazardous and more comfortable. So again, we feel that that's now been secured. Mixed traffic streets should therefore aim to offer conditions where most people would feel confident and comfortable enough to cycle, etc. So I think certainly, a separate, segregated, dedicated cycle route, we would love that. That is the ideal. As I say, we got quite a bit of pushback on that, but we came to the conclusion that the treatment that's been put in place along that road does accord with the latest central government cycle guidance.
Okay, thank you very much. So are we satisfied with those conditions? Does anybody else want to ask any further questions? Right, looks like that's it then. So we have a proposer in Councillor Allen, we have a seconder in Councillor Muir. So I guess we will take the vote.
Yes, please, if members would like to vote in the usual manner. Just tallying quickly. And that vote is carried.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to suggest we have a 5-minute comfort break because it's just gone 10. I know it's getting late, but I think we all need a 5-minute break. So we'll come back. We'll start promptly by at 8 minutes past. Is that okay with everyone? So welcome back. I'd like to invite our committee officer just take the roll call quickly, surnames only.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll do a very quick roll call in no particular order, just as you're appearing. Councillor Muir.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, we have.
Present.
Councillor Allen.
Present.
Councillor Mantle.
Present.
Moody. Try later.
Yeah, present. Sorry.
There we go. Councillor Hewson. Councillor Collins.
Evening all.
Councillor Tyson.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Hunter.
Present.
Councillor Derbyshire.
Present.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Dennis Harburg, if you're still around.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Our officers, Andrew Hunter.
Here.
Melissa Tyler.
Yep, here.
Thank you. Simon Ellis.
Here.
Thank you very much. Nuranetta Katavu.
Here.
Fantastic. And our public speakers, Mr. Anthony Burrows.
I'm still present. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Christopher Wilson.
Yep, present.
Thank you. Christopher Evans.
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Kit Davies.
Present.
Thank you. Jonathan West.
Yep, here.
Good. Gordon McPhail.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody present who I have missed off my list? Oh, Councillor Bryant. Very sorry. Anybody else? In that case, Chair, I think we're all present.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're moving on to item 7, land off Gernon Road, Letchworth Garden City, Hertfordshire, 19/02999 FP. It's erection of 2 detached 2-storey building comprising of 9 flats, 5 times 2 bed and 4 times 1 bed, and 1 office building following demolition of existing buildings, including number 29 Gernon Road, and creation of a new vehicular access off Gernon Road, associated car parking and 2 cycle bin stalls, as amended by plans received on the 5th of October. I'm going to invite our planning officer, Melissa Tyler, to present the report. And just before she just some notes that we have got a problem with the Citrix system tonight. So she is going to be able to present the slides, but may not be able to answer the more detailed questions immediately. So just if you can bear with us. So thank you. Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Okay. The only update I have on the report, there's a slight error on 4.6.1. It currently reads, no pre-commencement conditions are proposed due to recommendation for refusal. This is from the old report, draft report. So the applicant is in agreement with all pre-commencement conditions. So that's the only update I have. If we could move to the slides. Okay, so Town Lodge is located on Gernon Road. The site includes Town Lodge, the document centre and storage area, and the bungalow 29 Gernon Road. The site is allocated in the emerging local plan as a development site, as well as the Letchworth Town Centre strategy. So next slide, please. So here's some pictures. So this is Town Lodge frontage. Next slide. This is a view from up the road, so looking west. Next slide. This is the document centre to be demolished and replaced with the office building. Next slide. This is Brotherhood Hall, which will be located next to the office building, but remains, it's not part of the site area. Next slide. So this is a view looking down Gurnon Road. The site, Town Lodge, is on the right. Next slide. Okay, this is looking the other right direction. You can just make out Town Lodge there opposite. And this is a newly developed residential scheme of 3 stories. And you can also see the cinema there, which is opposite the site. Next slide. And this is the Broadway Cinema, again, opposite the site, and a key location in Letchworth. These are pictures from Pixmoor Way. You can see Town Lodge through the gap next to this hall here. Next slide. Again, you can also see Town Lodge from Pixmoor Way as well. Next. Okay, these are the plans. So this is the site layout plan. You can see 2 buildings, both 2-story and part single-story. The building to the west on the left is the office building. The building on the right next to the residential bungalow will be the apartment block. Next slide. This is the street view. So the proposed and existing on the bottom. Note the level changes from single-story to 2-story in the residential, and the office block slightly taller, but still 2 stories and single-story next to Brotherhood Hall. Next slide. These are the elevations for the residential block. If you note, elevation C will be the elevation that face the residential properties on Gurnon Walk and Gurnon Road. There's no windows, so there's no loss of any privacy or overlooking issues.
Can you just clarify which one's elevation C? Is it the?
It's the second row, first one.
Okay,
so
it's just you can't read that. Yeah.
Yeah, A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
So the third picture. Okay, and next slide. These are the floor plans for the residential block. So the ground floor has 3 2-bed apartments and 2 1-bed apartments. And then the second floor has 2 2-beds and 2 1-beds. So next slide. These are the elevations for the office block. So it starts with elevation C, then D, then A, then B. Elevation A faces Gurnon Road. Elevation B faces inwards to the access road. And elevation D will be what is seen from Brotherhood Hall. Okay, next slide. So there's approximately 1,400 square meters of office floor space for approximately 55 employees. Currently, Crowd Days have around 35 employees. So I think their 5-year plan is to grow the number of employees. Okay, next slide. So I just want you to have a look at the parking strategy. The key, so the green parking bays will be electric vehicle charging spaces. The blue are the residential electric charging spaces, of which there are 9. I think there's 39 of the green spaces. You may be able to see that there's an S on 12 of the car parking spaces along the access. These are to be shared parking available to the public out of office hours. So Monday to Friday between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. and Saturday to Sunday between 8 a.m. and 11 p.m. These will be pay-as-you-go electric charging stations. Okay, next slide. Yep, that's it for my presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our first speaker, Anthony Burrows, to present to the committee.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's very kind. Is there any other speaker to follow me in relation to this?
No.
Now,
Well, no, there are some supporters.
Ah.
You're the only objector, so you have a full 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. Most kind. I'm born and bred in North Hertfordshire. I was in Hitchin and then moved to Ashwell, and now in 1966, before many of you were born, I moved to our Garden City. And I was a district councillor from 1976 to 1991 on the Letchworth Area Planning Subcommittee and also on the Development Services. And I tried to persuade everybody that each town, each village had its own character, and we should actually try to recognise that, most importantly. And for example, in Baldock, I was strongly in favour of non-demolition of the Park Estate because I thought the housing there was quite attractive. And also I was strongly in favour of Port retaining the facade of Gonda. Then for Hitch itself, around feet that certain of those very in favour.
Anthony, you're breaking up. Anthony, you're breaking up.
I'm so close. I was very in favour of the cow taking over.
I'm sorry, Anthony, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. We can't hear what you're saying.
Yes. No. All right. So
that's
I speak
better.
more quietly.
No.
Good. All right then. Thank you.
Continue.
No. Oh dear. Yes. Thank you. So it was interesting to me to see the Purwell Meadows, because I was one of those definitely strongly in favour of our district council effectively taking them over to keep them as they are, rather because there were proposals to build on them. And also Ransom's recreation ground in Hitchin. There are proposals to close it off at each end, as it were, by building on Grove Road and Nightingale Road land.
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Yes.
This has got absolutely nothing to do with what we're discussing.
No, it hasn't. Could you please keep your comments to the actual
Sorry, yes,
application
I'm just
we're talking
making
about?
the point that I've always supported the rest of North Hertfordshire insofar as keeping their attractive points kept. And my primary objection is the destruction of one of our iconic Garden City buildings. It was designed by Cecil Hignett, and it was one of only 3 of the buildings designed by him. He was a fairly well-known city architect, and these 3 buildings, Birella Building, the People's House, and Town Lodge, and they are significant buildings in our town centre. And the other minor objection here is that I understand that part of the car park will actually cover part of the garden of our museum. The museum no longer used, but it's going to be turning part of the garden into the museum. I did look at the statement of community involvement from September 2019. There doesn't seem to have been anything consulting people on the new plans. There is a big change. And I also wondered whether actually there ought to have been a statement as well of community involvement there. And also I noted that my comments at the time of the presentation about the demolition haven't been reproduced in what's been submitted to the councillors by the developers. Maybe they didn't like my comments. But I would respectfully ask the councillors, from wherever you are, do please bear in mind that your own town, your own village needs its history, it needs its social it's a social feeling is, I suppose, the best word, kept. And I've done my best for North Herts many years ago.
4.5 minutes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And really, I just would plead with you, please, to bear in mind that this is something iconic for our garden city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
madam.
Do members have any questions? Yes, Councillor Allen.
Mr. Burrows, you've previously got on record as saying that you don't want building being done on the green belt. You're a member of the Heritage Foundation who put no objection to this.
Yes.
What's the issue with building on a brownfield site?
Well, it isn't a brownfield site. Are you? So you're saying to me, with great
Yes, it is a
respect-
brownfield site.
All right. Let me say then. So you would say the Spirella building is a brownfield site, and therefore we're quite happy to demolish that.
No, I would say that the site that we're talking about, and you need to keep things relevant. As a former councillor, I'm sure you know.
No, it
that
is
this
very relevant.
site is a brownfield site.
No, it isn't. With greatest respect, it's not a brownfield site. It is actually an iconic building. There's nothing.
No, it's a brownfield site.
There's nothing. No, there's nothing to prevent the facade being kept, as was done with my strong support for Baldock and Caterbonda, and development done behind. And you could have quite a decent block of flats behind the facade. It is something that I would be quite happy to see that done.
Do you disagree with building on a brownfield site? Was my question.
Sorry,
excuse me,
I
I
don't
think-
accept it's a brownfield site. I don't accept Spirella is. I don't accept that Town Lodge is.
I'm not sure that that's entirely relevant. So the
No.
point is that you think that we should keep the facade of an iconic building and build
Yes,
behind it.
that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that should have answered that question. Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question of Mr. Burrows? Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I'm going to move on to Christopher Evans and Chris Wilson, who are speaking in support of the item. If you're both speaking, you have to share the 5 minutes. I hope you're aware of that.
Yes, we
Okay.
are. Yeah, I'll be starting the first 4 minutes and then I'll hand it over.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great. Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the design manager for Crados Homes, who are the applicant for this proposal on the Town Lodge site. Crados Homes have had their North Thames regional office based in Letchworth for 10 years. Letchworth is the perfect location for us as the centre of our region that spans from Essex all the way across to Oxfordshire and Cambridgeshire. The members of the staff enjoy using the local businesses in the town. We get our lunches from Simmons or Lunchmate and have meetings at the number 12 coffee shop. We like working in Letchworth and we want to continue to do so, but we are outgrowing our office in the Spirella building. As a family-owned developer committed to quality, we want to have our own building that also highlights the high quality of our company and provides a long-term commitment to the town. We consider that the design of the development meets this high quality standard, and this has been achieved through the proactive collaboration with the case officer, the senior conservation officer, and the Heritage Foundation. We've also held community engagement and have met with a number of the residents closest to the scheme who thank us for considering their needs, especially regarding the overlooking of their gardens. The proposed office is also of such a high quality specification that we are anticipating that the building will cost us more than market value at completion. But as the owner occupier, we are willing to make this investment in our new office and the town. This includes making investment in car charging with all the residential parking and 39 out of 57 of the office parking having access to electric vehicle charging. The remaining office spaces will have the necessary infrastructure to be easily adaptable in the future. Also, 5 of the EV office spaces will be pay-as-you-go electric charging for the public to use out of office hours. Both buildings will also have integrated PV panels, and these buildings will also be of a much higher fabric efficiency than the current buildings. Our design is also providing 45 square meters more green space than the current site. This is therefore increasing biodiversity on this brownfield site and follows more closely with the Garden City design principles. The development does involve the demolition of the current buildings on the site. Through our design process, we realised early on it would not be possible to keep the current Town Lodge building. The existing building's value has been considered by Historic England, who found that it was not worthy of being listed, and have concluded that its loss would only cause less than substantial harm to the Letchworth conservation area. The current building is also not suited to a modern office. The story heights are just not high enough to include all the necessary services in the floors and in the ceiling. The current building's fabric is also very inefficient due to its age and construction. Any retention as an office would be more costly to run, use more energy, and therefore be less sustainable. The surveys on the town lodge have also highlighted that there is a large amount of asbestos in the building, which makes it a potential hazard if retained. The current building's position on the site is also problematic. The inefficient location creates two narrow strips either side of the building that cannot be effectively utilised for dwellings if it was retained. Our proposal overcomes this. It is providing two buildings that will be of a high fabric efficiency, be energy efficient and sustainable. This development will not only provide employment in the town centre, but will also provide much needed residential dwellings. I hope that you will support our proposal and Crowdace Homes' future in Letchworth. I will now pass over for the remaining time for Chris Wilson of the Letchworth Business Improvement District, who I understand will also be speaking in support of the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm Chris Wilson, formerly the Town Centre Manager for Letchworth Town Centre, now the Managing Director. We're very much in support of this development as it strengthens the economic offer and function of our town centre. As we are aware, we have an aging town centre. So the decision for this development to move forward is a decision that falls onto our next generation. I believe in the next generation.
4.5 minutes, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next generation, we need to be able to supply jobs for them in the town centre, especially with the Letchworth principles of living and working in Letchworth. So we're very much in support of this planning application, and alongside the evening benefits of the car park, especially the charging points. Now that electric cars have
5 minutes
brought forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do members have any questions for Mr. Evans or Mr. Wilson? No hands up. Okay, then we'll move to the debate. I've got Councillor Allen. Oh.
Yeah, my hand was up, sorry.
Sorry, you want to ask a question, okay.
Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question. You said that you're going to be bringing more business into the town. How many jobs do you feel that you will bring into Letchworth with this new development?
The office will likely hold about 60, 65 employees. Currently in the Sperella building, we're at about 36 at the moment. So we're looking to double our capacity in Letchworth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, did you have a question or are you moving to debate?
Debate, unless anybody else wants to ask a question.
There's no one else with a hand up, so thank you very much to our speakers, and we'll move to the debate. Councillor Collins.
Yeah, I'm gonna, because of the time, I'm gonna be very to the point on this one. Crowdace is the applicant, but we all know that behind Crowdace there's a certain council that's involved in this development. In fact, that's one of the reasons it's in front of this committee. And because this development has been partly built on our land as North Arts District Council, I want to be slightly harsher, and I want to suggest two conditions put on this development. The first condition is obviously going to be relating to electric cars. Now, we've heard that it's 39 out of 57 will have EV charging points, but we've also heard in the last week, and since this paperwork's been filed, that 2030 is the target. We need to install 120 electric vehicle charging points per day nationally. We're way behind on that schedule. So I would suggest that we need to put as a condition, every parking space has an electric vehicle charging point in it, regardless of which type of parking space it is. It should be 100%, not 68% as it is in the application. So I want that to be a condition. And the second condition that I'd like to put on this is that the building, the residential building and the office building should be built to the standards that are required in the SPD that is going to be voted on by this council in a few weeks' time. We can put that in as a condition because actually none of the work is going to start by then. But I think anything that involves council land should meet the objectives of this council, and I feel very strongly about that. So yeah, my two conditions are SPD, please, and EV charging points for every single parking space.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Mantle.
I can get Zoom working this time. My concern is actually, I think we've got too many parking spaces, electric or not, and we ought to be looking at where to store other kinds of vehicles that we would encourage people to use to get to work. Cycles, electric cycles, you name it. I'm sure that we would be very much happier not encouraging people to drive. And I think we should also make sure that this development, which incidentally I totally support, but I think we should make sure this development does cater for a variety of vehicles. So it's not just electric cars, but it's all electric vehicles and ordinary good old-fashioned pedal cycles.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. My concern is about the part that this building's played in the heritage of Letchworth. First of all, I'd like to put right two misconceptions. It is not necessary for a building to be scheduled to be historically important. Scheduling is about risk, not about importance. Secondly, the phrase less than substantial harm means that there is actually some harm. When I read the papers this afternoon, in the papers it says that the comments about the two buildings, that one's going to be an arts and crafts building and the other one, quote, a pastiche of what is there at the moment. And I'm just wondering whether more thought could be given architecturally to what could actually be replacing Town Lodge in this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Muir.
Thank you, Chair. My question, we've seen the photo montage of the parking spaces, and on 4.3.53, the excessive hard standing due to the 57 car parking spaces limits the potential to create a better landscaping scheme. I would like to see, as a lot of car parking around the country, have lines of trees between car parking spaces. So I would like to see a condition of more planting between rows of cars. If that condition can be included, then I have no problem in voting for this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Muir. Councillor Allen.
I would like to second Councillor Collins in going for the granting with the two conditions that he's already put on.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask, I've got no more hands up, so can I ask our officer just to respond to the points that have been raised and about the conditions, the extra conditions that have been requested?
Thanks, Chair. Just going backwards, so Councillor Muir's comment on landscaping, and we have put a condition in to monitor the level of EV charging points that are being used. So after a 5-year period, if the EV charging points are not being utilised, then we will, we've requested that part of the hard landscaping and some of the car parking spaces are reverted back to landscape, of which will be agreed at that point. So that's just on that. With the level of car parking, there isn't really any room at the moment to put in any planting. There are a few trees, and obviously hedgerows have been put in the scheme. So that's Councillor Muir's point. In regards to Councillor Mantle's points on bike sheds, there are 2 bike sheds proposed, one for the residential and one for the office, because I can't see my report. It does mention in there somewhere about how many bike spaces there are. I think there was around 20 for the office. Maybe Chris Evans will be able to clarify that. I mean, in regards to Councillor Collins' conditions, so I'm happy for all the car parking to be EV. There is on that parking strategy, there is ducting on the remaining car parking spaces to become EV charging. So all the ducting will be there. So for any future, they can be put in as and when they're required, if at all. So I don't know whether that condition is required if the ducting is all in there. And then the second one, I just wanted to clarify from Councillor Collins what SPD you were referring to.
The draft design SPD that is in the various stages. It's been through ONS and it should be going to cabinet imminently. I'm not actually sure. Well,
in December, I think.
There you go. So I haven't looked at the schedule, but there you go. It's December. Just on the point of the electric vehicle charging points, yes, they're absolutely needed because this is a NHDC related facility. So we have to lead by example and run with 100%.
So, I mean, from what I picked up from the speakers, it sounds like this has been designed to quite a higher spec than usual. I don't know whether, Melissa, whether you think it will meet our new draft SPD or whether you can't comment on that at the moment.
I can't comment on that, I'm afraid.
No, okay. Simon, can you comment?
I think Councillor Collins was, I don't know whether he was referring to a particular part of the SPD. And I know he was keen to be harsher than you would otherwise be, but you need to be completely blind as to who the landowner is, and
I think in this
application on its planning merits, and you know.
I think in this situation, Simon, we as North Hertfordshire District Council can't be blind to the fact that the landowner is North Hertfordshire District Council. It's that'd be a little bit odd. But and that's why I'm being a little bit harsher on this one. What I'm suggesting is the SPD as a whole should be design SPD as a whole should be applied to this development. Now that SPD could be changed by cabinet, it could be changed by council, but that's all going to happen in the coming weeks and the coming couple of months, I think. So I think it's realistic to have that as a condition that whatever council and cabinet agree, that is the condition that the building would have to be built to that. Yeah, it'll be a little bit late and it's a little bit unconventional, but this is an unconventional situation. We are essentially approving a site that we have a direct interest in, and in any other situation, it'd be a conflict of interest. So I'm almost playing that back to our advantage.
Can I just ask, is it possible to put in a condition against a document that's not actually been agreed? I mean, I hear what Councillor Collins is saying, but this document hasn't been agreed yet, and we don't know, when it will be agreed. Is it possible to do that or not?
Well, there's two aspects to it, Chair, if I may. There's imprecision in that condition, because what element of the SPD do you want the design to comply with? If you say we want the design to comply with the entire SPD, well, there's lots of elements to the SPD, and there might be one or two aspects of the scheme that don't comply with it. So are you talking about ecological standards and sustainability standards, or the design SPD? Because
to jump in, sorry, Simon, to jump in, me being me, yes, I'm talking about ecology standards and sustainability standards, which are mentioned in the draft SPD quite specifically. But there may be other things that other councillors are interested in. I just am reiterating, this is a development on NHDC land. It would be very bad for us to have a building going up on land that we own that does not comply with something that by the time the building's gone up doesn't comply with what we've already said everybody else needs to comply with. We have to lead by example on this one, and I think it's a good example of good leadership as a council.
Okay, can I ask Nora to comment?
Yeah, no, I just want to reiterate obviously, when you're putting these conditions, you have to think about the test as per the NPPF and on paragraph 206, and whether what you're asking for is a higher degree than what would normally be asked for a normal development, and whether you're able to then substantiate that what you're asking for still complies with the conditions of the test, which are that it must be relevant to planning, relevant to development, enforceable, precise, reasonable. Now, I'm looking at the reasonable aspect and whether what you're asking for will be reasonable or whether it will be challenged that it's a bit over the top for this particular application. And that's just something you need to consider, because even with conditions, the applicant can appeal on conditions they feel they're too onerous. It's just something to bear in mind.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to come back to Melissa on the condition that Councillor Muir was asking for, because it says under, I know you haven't got the report, but it's 4.3.54. If members are minded to grant planning permission, I've recommended a detailed landscape condition be included and a condition to offer some protection to any natural feature to be retained and proposed to be protected. And that was around the hard landscaping for the car park. And you said it would be put in afterwards if the car park spaces weren't needed. I'm not sure that's very satisfactory. How do you feel about that, Councillor Muir?
Yes, it's not satisfactory. I'd just like to come back on the trees. We live and work in a first garden city, and a garden city has trees. And there's so much concrete or tarmac for this car parking that I like to go back to. If you look at the car park in Welwyn Garden City, the lakes towards Hatfield, you've got rows of trees between rows of cars, and it breaks up that car park. I'm suggesting we do the same. Now, if we can't do that, then I'm afraid I'm going to vote against this application purely on the basis that there isn't enough landscaping in that car park.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Muir. I've got Councillor Allen.
Okay, I'd like to withdraw my seconding of Sam's suggestion after hearing from the legal advice team. And I'd like to point out to Councillor Muir that you're comparing a car park in a town centre to one in a park. It is a completely different thing. We need to have the spaces for the people to commute in. I can't understand your comment.
Okay.
I'm afraid you don't lose car parking spaces if you put some trees around them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are they sort of like incredibly thin trees? Are we talking bamboo?
Excuse me, I think you've both made your point. We don't need a debate going on between you. Okay, thank you. Councillor
During the
Hunter.
debate.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Mr. Ellis and our legal officer got to the point that I was going to get to. I cannot see how you can put a condition in on an SPD that hasn't been ratified by the council yet as a condition that the builder has to comply with it. Not only that, there are elements that could be in that SPD that don't comply with national planning policy. So therefore, it's very debatable that you can actually put something in that couldn't be enforced anyway, because the simple reason the developer would just go to the inspector and literally get it thrown out. So I can't see how I can support that at all.
Okay, thank you for your point. I mean, I presume our SPD will comply with the NPPF. Otherwise, I don't know how we could pass it. But your point about the fact that we don't know what it is yet is an important one. Okay, so where do we get to on here? I haven't got any more hands up. What about the condition on we did say we could go, Councillor Collins, were you happy with the condition, what Melissa's response on the EV points, that the ducts are in all of them?
No, I think we do need to actually have the points installed because we need to be leading by example. And I think that's quite important. On addressing Councillor Hunter's point and the various points about, and the legal advice, Netta's point, I think the test she mentioned, if you rattle through the test she mentioned, basically the SPD has to meet all of those tests anyway. Is it reasonable to ask a developer at this point to accept a document that actually hasn't been finalised. In a normal situation, the answer would quite clearly be no. But as the landowner is the council that is approving the SPD, I think the answer is actually yes, because I think it's very unlikely that there would be an appeal. And actually, I think, you know, the representative from Crudace would probably sit there and go, well, actually, the SPD is something we're going to have to work to anyway. And this is something the council is working on at the moment and probably can feed into that process and talk to us all about it, because we all have to vote on it. And actually, whatever that SPD is, and I think it's realistically going to be passed in January, I haven't looked at the schedule, that's entirely in the timescale that's acceptable with this development.
Okay. Can I ask if anybody is prepared to second that proposal to make all the points EV? Is there anybody prepared to second that condition? Yes, Tom Tyson. Okay, so we've got a proposer and a seconder for that condition. Okay, Councillor Mantle, you wanted to speak. You're on mute.
Was fluffing around. I just want to say I still think that there are far too many parking spaces, electric vehicle or not. But I'm prepared, so I'd be quite happy. I'm prepared to go along with the original proposal, but leave the other ones for the moment and have a look in 5 years' time, see if they're actually needed. There is a council parking policy, by the way, so I'm not sure. But I really don't know what Councillor Collins is actually objecting to in this application, which he thinks doesn't conform to what we will want when the SPD comes on. And we've got to look at the situation at the moment. We have an application before us, which we've got to determine. I fail to see what the point of the condition is, or how ever it's going to be enforceable.
Okay, can I ask the officer to respond to the bit about the car parking? Are there more parking spaces than are strictly required to meet our parking standards, or not?
Yes, so because the site is within a town centre, the SPD is reduced. The numbers in the SPD are reduced even further. So I think somewhere in my report it says, I think it's around 25 spaces is required by the SPD,
Right.
vehicle parking SPD. So through pre-app and through the application, I have tried to negotiate the number of car parking spaces down. This was important to the applicant to have these car parking spaces due to the nature of their business. Hence why we firstly got them to add in the EV charging to the level that they've got that now, and also to provide 12 spaces for the public to use out of office time, because I felt that there is too much car parking, and the provision of spaces for the public to use out of office time was a better use of land and more community minded to allow that. So yeah, it is oversubscribed parking, but on balance, due to the number of EV charging and the public spaces, we felt that that would not hold up in a reason for refusal.
Okay. Do you think just thinking about Councillor Muir's point of more trees, presumably that would involve taking out some spaces. So would that be possible?
Yeah. So obviously,
reduce the number of spaces and add trees.
The more, obviously, the reason why I personally have we try to negotiate the number of car parking spaces down is to provide a better landscaping scheme to buffer the development and the hard landscaping on surrounded listed buildings and non-designated buildings within the conservation area. This was a sticking point, so it came down to that on balance it wasn't a reason for refusal.
Okay, thank you very much, that's helpful. I think I've got Councillor Allen waiting to speak, is that right?
Sorry, Chair. Yes, it is. I know it's getting late. Can I just ask the legal representative if Councillor Collins has already stated that he is of the opinion that the landowner, he's stated that he doesn't like what the landowner's doing. Is he still okay to vote on this because he's expressed his feelings that the landowner is not suitable and we should change how we vote based on who they are?
I'm not trying to put words into Councillor Collins' mouth. I don't think he said he didn't like the applicant. He just said he felt that would. I'm probably paraphrasing, but I felt he said because of who the landowner is, he should be held to a higher standard.
So does that mean they're judging in advance?
I don't believe it is a judgment in advance. I think it's just he's when he's coming to the conditions, he's trying to put them to a higher standard to abide by conditions. But my issue with the condition is that I think it's a bit onerous and it's not reasonable, and it doesn't quite meet the test for conditions because it's just over and above what you'd ask a normal applicant to do. And irrespective of the applicant, the conditions should follow the test, and I don't think at the moment they do. But I have given my legal opinion, and it's up to Councillor Collins to take that on board, and for members to take that on board.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for your help. So I don't think we've got total agreement about these conditions, which is what's concerning me. So are we, because I want to move to the vote, but we need to be clear what conditions we're putting on this before we vote. So can I have some advice from our planning officer about the conditions we're going to, are we adding in any conditions around the car parking and the trees? And yeah, Simon, thank you. Can we add in any conditions?
Yeah, I think what has been agreed is that we're going to strengthen the EV charging points so that as well as the ducting, we're going to actually clarify that every space needs to have access to an EV charging point.
Okay.
I think on the, and I think we can lace that into a condition quite easily. On the landscaping, now the slight problem is that neither Melissa or I can gain access to the report. But I know there is a condition in there, and Melissa did go through it. I don't know whether or not Neuronetta's got a copy of the report. It might be worth just reading out the report that deals with the phasing of the implementation of the car park capacity, because I think it says about, well, what we've been told is the number of staff we have is X.
Yeah,
and
I've got access to that.
Yeah. I think that's worth reading out because it may just clarify the points, really.
Okay, well, I've got access to that. So 4.3.60 says the applicant states in their planning statement that currently they have 35 employees and within the next 5 years their plan to expand and increase this number. They have stated that the business requires 57 spaces, approximately 1 space per employee. And yeah, and it does say that that's above the minimum required. So it sounds like the applicant's not going to accept. There's been already been some negotiation from what Melissa was saying.
What I was referring to was the recommended condition.
Oh, the condition
that challenges that occupancy of level of occupancy, because the debate we had with the applicant, and that Melissa's absolutely right. She's been trying to negotiate a reduction in the number of car parking spaces to improve the landscaping and to improve the setting of the development in relation to the list of buildings throughout the entire negotiation from pre-app right up to this point. So in the end point, we felt that we couldn't push as far as a refusal, but what we did was we replaced it with a condition that requires the applicant to demonstrate the occupancy level of the car park in the longer term. And if they aren't achieving the occupancy level of what they're saying, say that all their staff don't need all of those spaces all of the time, there's a reduction in car parking and subsequent increase in landscaping proposal in that condition. But I haven't got access
condition
to
11. So condition 11 with landscaping. And that's
and 15.
And number 15.
15, yeah.
Should I read it out or not?
Can you read out 15?
Yeah. 15.
Yeah, that's the parking one.
No, the landscaping is 11, which is
okay,
about.
Can you read?
Can I just? Yeah. Can I just read it out? So the approved details of landscaping shall be carried out before the end of the first planting season, following either the first occupation of any of the buildings or the completion of the development, whichever is the sooner. And any trees or plants which within a period of 5 years from the completion of that is not the one, that is just to do with replacing the trees.
Yeah, I think it's 15, parking.
Right. Notwithstanding the plan submitted, the parking provision shall be reviewed annually from first occupation for a period of 5 years through monitoring of use and car ownership. Monitoring shall include the use of the car parking spaces using data from weekdays, car ownership, staff car usage, the provision of active and passive electric vehicle charging, travel plan initiatives, car parking provision that is used less than 40% of weekdays throughout that year shall be converted into landscaping or provided towards alternative measures, e.g. car club in a manner to be submitted and to be agreed by the local planning authority. Reason, to ensure that the car parking provision is being utilised to capacity.
Okay, that's really helpful, thank you. So does somebody want to propose that we grant this development or not? Have I got a proposer?
I'm happy to propose it, Ruth.
You're happy to propose it?
Is it?
Councillor Mantle, I've got Councillor Hewson.
Happy to second, Chair.
You're happy to second, and we're going to include the condition of all the spaces will have an EV, and we've got that condition which says that if the car park is not being used, then it will return to landscaping. Councillor Allen, did you have anything else to say, or were you going to second?
I was going to second, Chair.
Okay, fine. Okay, so we've got a proposer, Councillor Mantle, we've got a seconder, Councillor Hewson. We've got that one extra condition. So I think with that we will go to
Chair, just before
Councillor Tyson.
Chair, there's just one thing in that parking clause.
Yeah.
Section 4 of it, travel plan initiatives. It does say that car parking provision that's used less than 40% of weekdays throughout the year shall be converted into landscaping or provided towards alternative measures, e.g. car clubs, in a manner to be, I can't quite read that, there's a page number across it, agreed by the planning authority. So there's an either or element to that. It's either going to be reverting to landscaping or used for alternative measures, e.g. car clubs, which may not entirely satisfy the objective of having that returning to landscaping if unused. I just wondered if it might be possible to delete the second part of that and just leave it at shall be converted into landscaping.
Yeah, I take your point. I
think the part of the thing you can't read, it says to be submitted to and agreed by the LPA. So we will still have some control over what happens on that land. Sorry, I'm just trying to assist Mel and Simon as they don't have a copy of the document in front of them.
But I think the feeling of the committee is that we'd rather have the landscaping, and if it's obviously a lot easier to do a car club than it is to re-landscape. I think, is that the point Councillor Tyson's making, that that's more likely to happen?
My point was that I felt that the preference was for the landscaping rather than anything.
Yes, I think this committee prefers the landscaping.
Yeah, I'm
Is it
sure our
possible to
planning
delete that
officers.
second bit?
I'm sure our planning officers will know, have heard what's said when
Yeah,
the application comes in.
Okay. Is it possible to belt and braces that bit so that it's clear that we prefer the landscaping option?
Chair, you could just delete that.
That second bit.
Reference. Just say it's not about the car club. It's all about landscaping, and that's the only option.
Can we do that? Can we delete that second bit?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. I think thank you, Councillor Tyson, for pointing that out. Okay, someone else was waving at me before I went to the vote. Who was waving? No. Okay. I think we will go to the vote then with those two. So with that altered condition there and the 100% electric charging points. And we've got a proposer, Councillor Mantle, and a seconder, Councillor Hewson. So let's vote. So you're voting
Thank you
yes to grant.
very much, Councillor Brown. If members could vote in the usual manner. And that motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to item 8, which is 6 Cubit Close, Hitchin, Hertfordshire. 20/01692/FPH. It's a first floor rear extension and erection of additional rear conservatory following demolition of existing detached rear garden conservatory as amended by plans received on the 3rd of October. And I'd like to invite Andrew Hunter to give us any updates and present the report.
Chair. The only update is that the applicant has agreed an extension of time to the 26th of November, which hadn't been agreed at the time of writing the report. So that's the only change. So I feel I can now go on to the presentation. Okay, so yeah, on this slide that shows the dwelling there, sort of on the inside corner of Cubitt Close. There aren't any planning policy restrictions that apply to it. It's in the urban area of Northern Hitchin. It's surrounded by other dwellings on all sides. So there's not too much more to say about that really. So I can now go on to the photos. So yeah, here this first photo basically shows the back boundary of the application site and its rear garden and part of the back of the house and its conservatory. So next photo, this is panning round to show more of the back of the house. So next photo, again panning round a bit more, and next photo, this is showing the back of the house and the side of, or one side of one of the next door properties, number 7 Sterling Close. Next photo, again, this is a full, this shows the full side extension of the next door, number 7 Sterling Close, with the back of the house on the left and a garden outbuilding conservatory on the other side, and there is a 1.8 meter close boarded fence which constitutes the boundary between the application site and number 7 there. So if we go on to the next photo, this is another view of that same area, but from a bit further back, just showing another house to the right. And then next photo, this is a view showing the location for the proposed first floor rear extension, and on the left is the other neighbouring house, number 7 Cubitt Close. As you can see, it sort of angles away slightly from number 6. So I think the next one slide is the location plan, which is not too dissimilar from the first the map plan that started the slides, except it's a bit older because the property has been extended more than is shown on that site plan. So if we go on to the next plan, we've got the existing ground floor plan. Next slide. Existing first floor plan and some of the roofs. And next slide. The existing roof plan. And existing elevations, so front, the rear, and partial side elevations. So next slide, we've got the proposed block plan there, just showing the conservatory and the first floor extension on the left, and also that the garden conservatory building would be removed as part of this proposal, and you can see where the conservatory and rear extension would be in relation to their two neighbours. So onto the next slide. Again, it shows the conservatory here with a depth of 3 meters from the rear wall of the house. So next slide. This shows the roof of the conservatory and also the depth of the first floor rear extension would be 3 meters, and it's sort of set in away from the boundary on the side with number 7. Next slide. So this shows the roof of the first floor extension with a pitch similar to the others. Next slide. We've got the proposed elevations here, and in terms of the design approach, it's fairly conventional, and sort of the conservatory matches the other one, and the rear extension design matches the other rear extensions to the property. So I think that's the end of the slides for this one. Yes, that's right. So yeah, my recommendation is for approval. I don't see that it has any neighbour harm due to the small size and of the extensions and the siting, and the design is fairly, it is non-contentious in my view. So that's the end of my presentation for that.
Thank you. Do members have any questions for our officer? Mike Hewson, Councillor Hewson.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Andrew. I'm looking at the initial slide that you presented a minute ago. The very first one, I've forgotten, I'm not sure what it's called, sorry, but when it shows the outlines of the dwellings in yellow, there's no, I don't know, it just doesn't look correct, because from the photos there's clear overlap with the applicant site and number 7 Stirling Close, but from that initial slide it doesn't look correct. Is there an error there or something, or what? Can you explain that?
Maybe we can have another look at that slide and you can explain. Right at the start.
Is it the very first one before the photos?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. That one.
So I'm assuming that's up to date, and
yeah, I mean that's just, I think that slide is just something that we produce internally. It's not it's not being created or produced by the applicant. I could only assume that the colouring looks a little unusual because of the hatching, but I would think that the red line around the outside of the hatched area matches the site plan submitted by the applicant. I think it's just the colouring looks a bit strange, but I don't really think there's necessarily anything particularly odd. But in any case, that's not part of the application. That's not a document submitted by the applicant.
Okay. So Councillor Hewson, are you referring to the top bit where it borders onto that other house?
No. So if you go to the next, literally the next, I think it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you go to slide 5 and 6, the overlap between the two buildings is huge. And that's not what's indicated on that initial slide. Can you see the difference? Look at that, the size of that overlap where one building ends and the other begins in the corner. And then you look at that first slide and it's just not there at all. So I don't know, does that not look weird to anybody else?
So you're saying the roof, the eaves overlap onto the adjacent site. Is that what you're saying?
That first diagram says to scale, but it's clearly not, if that's the case.
Okay, have you got any further comments, Andrew?
I mean, I think it might be that whatever's shown on that first plan might not be quite up to date with the current situation. But as I said, we're not making the decision based on that plan because it's not something that's been submitted by the applicant. It's something that we produced.
Okay.
All the other plans submitted by the applicant, in terms of elevations and floor plans, I think do actually accurately reflect the present situation.
Okay, thank you very much. So, are there any other questions for our officer? No. Okay, so I'm going to move on to our first speaker. So I'm going to invite Jonathan West to speak in objection to the application.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for
evening.
holding on.
And thanks for your patience with us.
I now have some understanding of what it feels like to be a headline act. My name's Jonathan West, and I'm a resident of 7 Stirling Close, which was the house in question that Councillor Hewson was discussing. I can answer that question in that those plans, the first slide was out of date, and the house on 6 Cubic Close has been extended further since that drawing. So there is overlap. And in fact, the entire side boundary of our house is shared with 6 Cubic Close. And when it was first built, 6 Cubic Close was already one of the largest 4-bedroom houses on the development. Since then, the footprint of the house, not including conservatories or greenhouses, has increased to 2.4 times its original size, with a mixture of successive single and double-storey extensions. This is the 16th application to NHDC planning by the owners of the property, which probably explains why Andrew's drawings may well be out of date. So along that side boundary, there already exists a single-storey extension on 6 Cubic Close, which is less than 1 metre from our boundary and spans both the length of our garden plus a third of our house, as you've seen from the photos. And that extension has a window that looks directly into our garden and into our lounge, which is at the rear of our house. There's already one conservatory on the rear of 6 Cubic Close, which you've seen, and that will remain in place. In the latest planning application, it states the demolition of an existing conservatory. This is not an existing conservatory. In the original planning application for this structure, it was described as a greenhouse, and those applications are 09588 and 081762. It has no floor, no heating, no lighting, has never been used as a living space nor a conservatory, and is merely used for storage. And in the latest application, I feel that by describing this structure as a conservatory, it may lead the councillors to think that the proposed new conservatory is simply a replacement of what is an existing one, which is not the case. The proposed conservatory is much bigger and is in a different position. And I believe the demolition of the greenhouse should have no bearing on the decision regarding the proposed conservatory. That proposed conservatory would look directly into our 2 dining room windows on the side of our house, so we will suffer from further lack of privacy to yet another one of our main living spaces. And the conservatory is also directly below the windows of 2 of our bedrooms, causing additional noise to these rooms as a result of the poor sound insulation properties of such conservatories. The proposed conservatory would mean the majority of the side boundary will be built upon, and when combined with the existing conservatory that remains, it will result in an overall increase in the footprint of the property of 2.9 times the original size. During previous construction projects on that site, loud construction works by the third parties has extended beyond 6 p.m. on weekdays, into Saturday afternoons and evenings, and even on bank holidays. And it would appear that no attempt was made to comply with noise controls detailed in previous planning consent letters. And the noise abatement team from Environmental Health have investigated and visited the site. Finally, as a measure of the tenacity of the applicants, regarding the rear extension, this was previously refused permission in application 12-02146. So I'd urge you all to carefully consider this application, its impact on our family, on what is, I believe, already an overmassed site. And that is the end of my thing. Within the 5 minutes, you'll be pleased to hear.
Yes, well done. Thank you very much. And that will please everyone at this time of night. Has anybody got a question? I've got a couple of hands up, but I'm not sure whether they're legacy hands. Mike, Ian, Councillor Mantle, you've had your hand up for a while. I think I might have missed you. Apologies if I did. You're on mute, Councillor Mantle.
Go again. Yes, you did, I'm afraid. It was a question a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can come
I'll
back to
take
that.
it down. I forgot to take it down again.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So are there any questions for our speaker? No. Then thank you very much. I'll move on then to our second speaker, who is Councillor Elizabeth Dennis Harburg, our member advocate.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Chair. I feel that after Mr. West's excellent explanation of the issues, there's not necessarily a lot that I can add. Perhaps I might sprinkle in some mischief for members to consider. As you'll note from the report, this property has been, some might say, grossly increased in size since its original build. And as ward member, I've had contact from Mrs. West primarily a couple of times, and it's always been quite emotional, and she's been extremely anxious and very, very upset about the negative impact that the extensions and expansions and the way the work is carried on at Cubitt Close is impacting on her and her family's life. There's clear and demonstrable impact, negative impact on the living conditions of the neighbouring property and also the mental health of the residents at that house due to the number of projects that have been carried out at Cubitt Close, and it causes me a great deal of concern. That's the background, and that's the main reason that I called this application in. I'm sure you want to hear some of the planning reasons that you might need to consider. I find it interesting that we're told in the report that officers were unable to visit the property due to COVID. I'm not casting aspersions on that. I understand everybody's difficult working conditions at this time. Yet we've got photos that have been submitted to committee in the slides today. And I would query when those photos were taken, how they were taken, and how in fact officers are able to arrive at the assertions that have been arrived at in the relevant reports if they have not actually visited the property and seen for themselves the way in which the neighbouring properties have lost light, how much they are overlooked. You saw, for example, when Councillor Houston pointed out the roof which overhangs the boundary fence. So it's quite clear that these residents do feel that they are overlooked, that their right to peaceable home and family life is being directly impeded by the developments at this property. And potentially this conservatory, should it be approved, is going to further impact upon them. It's going to allow potential overlooking into yet more of the neighbouring property, which in my view is not acceptable and quite clearly is going to cause anxiety to this family. That is not fair and reasonable, and I do not understand how any reasonably competent authority can make a decision to allow an application without at least having sight of the relevant building and its environs. It will be clear to anyone who's looked at the application history that this is actually a really overdeveloped site. The house is overdeveloped. It is far larger than it was at inception, and it is obviously the largest property in its vicinity, and arguably that could make it out of character with the surrounding area. Officers haven't visited the site. How are they qualified to make a decision without actually physically observing, given how difficult a history this property has? The additional build will reduce the green space at the property. We saw from the photos that there's actually not a lot of green space there to begin with. Is it prudent environmentally to allow the reduction of the grass area? Well, there's no grass area, is there? It's all paved. How does that meet our climate obligations if we're going to allow a potentially not energy efficient conservatory to be built? The property's front garden's been completely paved over to facilitate parking. I'm grateful to the committee for examining this application and for scrutinising it and to consider what might be done to prevent further loss and harm to the applicant's neighbours. And to be clear, this call-in isn't the result of a dispute between neighbours. It's the result of very real harm and loss, which in my view has been disproportionately visited on the residents of Stirling Close and others around this particular house as a result of disproportionate and continually ongoing, it seems, works and expansions at this particular property. We've heard about the noise nuisance issues from Mr. West that potentially could continue. If this committee is minded to allow the application, I would appreciate it if some thought were given to appropriate conditions that might be applied to help alleviate the harm and further damage that this extension is likely to do. And that's before we get on to considering the first floor extension, which arguably is potentially less contentious having reviewed it. But those are my thoughts. I appreciate the committee's time considering this, given the lateness of the hour, and I'll leave it to you to debate and discuss, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Elizabeth from members? No, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's move to debate. Would anybody like to speak? Yes, Councillor Allen.
I can't see a legal reason to deny this, but I want to. Somebody help me find a legal reason.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins.
Exactly the same point. Could we get some advice from an officer if there is I'm not sure if there is. I mean, overdevelopment, is that a reason for within the NPPF and within the reasons we can refuse? Because it does very much, for the reasons Councillor Dennis Hardberg pointed out, look like it's really quite out of character with the surrounding area. The top-down plan we saw, the building's sort of 3 times the size of anything around it. It does seem out of character. But I'd like a little bit of legal advice on if that's around grounds for refusal.
Okay, we'll come to that in a moment. Can I hear from Councillor Mantle first?
Merely to talk to the previous two. On occasions, we have successfully resisted applications which were really excessive for the neighbour. The detrimental effect on the living conditions of the neighbour was quite sufficient a reason to refuse an application.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hewson.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with my colleagues here. Yeah, there is certain detriment definitely to number 6 Stirling Close, I believe it was.
Seven.
And you can see that from the pictures where this thing is growing closer and closer towards them. Also, if we can't do that, maybe as a minimum, we could, if it's not possible to reject it on those sorts of grounds, then maybe as a minimum we could defer the application until at least officers have had a chance to visit the site and at least look at it from the neighbour's perspective and maybe review their judgment.
Okay, thank you. Can I invite one of the officers to respond?
Yes, I'll come back on that. To start with, the photos for this application were taken by the applicant not long after it was submitted, but I would like to say that I have been to number 7 Stirling Close a number of times, and I have seen the how the existing house number 6 Cubic Close has been extended towards them, and how number 7 Sterling Close is oriented and where its rooms are in relation to the conservatory that's proposed. So because I have been there before, fairly recently, a few times, I consider that I have seen enough previously to make a judgment for this application that I don't consider the conservatory harmful. In fact, it will be less visible than the side extension that is currently quite close to their boundary. And in fact, it would be further away from their boundary than that side extension.
Okay, so that sounds like there aren't grounds for deferring on the basis of there hasn't been a visit. Does anybody else have anything to say on this? If not, I'm going to ask Simon. Would you like to comment, Simon?
Sorry, on the
If we want to, on what grounds could we refuse this application?
I mean, yeah, I mean, the issues of design and layout and overdevelopment and prominence are subjective, and there is enough policy backing. If you went down that route, you could argue that the cumulative effect of previous extensions plus this extension makes the development footprint and overall form out of keeping with the surrounding area. If that's how you felt. So yeah, that wouldn't be an unreasonable refusal. It certainly wouldn't be an illegal decision. So I don't think it's a legal matter. It's just a matter of planning judgment. We've made our judgment, and the committee's perfectly entitled to make a different judgment if it feels it wants to.
Okay, thank you for that advice. That's helpful. Councillor Allen.
I would like to move that we do not grant this using the exact wording that was said by somebody with more experience than me.
Okay, I have a proposer to refuse. Do I have a seconder? Yes, Mike Hewson. Are you seconding? Yeah.
Second to refuse. Thank you.
Okay. Nuranetta, do you want to give us some advice?
No, just to I just need clarification on the reasons for refusal.
Okay.
So you do need to give reasons, and they need to be minuted before you go to the vote. So just in case you're about to go into the vote, I just want to say you need to say the reasons.
Yeah, I think it was on the grounds that Simon described.
Would you mind repeating those, Simon, putting words in my mouth?
Yeah, I think I think the point that you were getting to in the discussion was around the cumulative effect of this extension combined with other extensions makes the form and proportion of the resultant dwelling out of keeping with the character and appearance of the surrounding area, and then you'd put in policy 28 of the local plan, of the existing local plan, and then whatever the equivalent was is of the emerging plan, which I don't have in front of me because I can't get access to any of the documents. But yeah, I think that's the wording, isn't it? It's the cumulative effect of the extensions combined with earlier extensions makes the form of development of the dwelling out of keeping with the character and appearance of the surrounding area.
Okay, so we'll go with that. So
on top of that, Chair, could I point out, unfortunately, that Councillor Muir's gone off screen, so won't be able to vote on this.
Okay. Councillor Muir, you were off screen. I can't hear you because you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm unmuted. No, I haven't been away. I've been on the screen all the time. I've just, I think I disappeared when I went on to participate, so I was ready to vote.
Okay. Are you happy to accept?
I've listened to the whole debate.
Okay.
I'm afraid that you went off video. I'm not willing to accept that.
Okay. Well, I have to say I didn't notice. So, Nuranetta, can you comment?
Chair, can I just point out I did send Councillor Muir a message earlier in the meeting where he dropped off screen and I noticed and suggested that he did stay on screen because he wouldn't be able to vote. And I did mention that about over an hour ago.
Well, I didn't say, can I just say, if you go on to participants, so you're ready to vote, you do go off screen
Okay.
for
Well,
a short period, but
no,
I was
are
here
you-
and listened.
Are you on a phone rather than a laptop?
I'm on the district
tablet.
council.
Yeah.
Tablet, because I have the same problem when I'm on a tablet. That's
So
why
can
my
you
laptop
confirm that,
doesn't let me
Lorenetta, that that's what happens?
see. That's what happens when you're on the tablet. If Councillor Muir is using his tablet, I have the same problem, which is why when I do
Okay.
committees, I go
I'd
on my
like to
laptop.
withdraw that then, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to be generous and let you vote because I'm feeling kind and it's late at night. Okay, so we have a proposer to refuse this application and a seconder. So we are going to vote. Oh, I've already got one vote for yes. So let's, we need to be really clear about this.
I'm afraid I will have to clear that vote.
Yeah, can you clear that?
Thank you very much. So again, there we go.
Oh, can we clear all the votes, please? Oh, Councillor
Thank you
Moore's
very
voting
much.
now.
Please, if you could hold off voting until invited to do so.
Yeah. Okay. Let's try and make it clear. We're going to we're not going with the officer's recommendation. If you want to, it's proposed that we're not going to go with the recommendation. We want to refuse. It's proposed to refuse it. If you want to refuse it, vote no. If you want to go with the officer's recommendation to grant, go with yes. Let's make it simple. So
Sorry,
yes.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
There's a proposal before us to refuse the application for reasons stated.
Oh,
Surely
okay.
we vote in favour of that if we want to refuse.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'll start
Councillor
again.
Mental. We are voting in favour of the proposal to refuse.
Okay. Right. It's late at night. We're voting in favour of the proposal to refuse. If
We
you
are
vote
voting
yes,
on the proposal to refuse.
Refuse.
Sorry,
On the
I'm
proposal
not
to refuse.
suggesting how you vote.
if you want to refuse, sorry, I'm getting my words muddled up. If you want to refuse, vote yes. If you don't want to, if you want to grant, vote no. Right. Have we got that? I think everyone's got it. Right.
If members would like to vote in the usual manner, thank you very much.
I think it's done. I think we're all
That vote has indeed been carried.
Unanimous on that one, I think.
unanimous on that one. Oh gosh. Okay. Thank you very much for bearing with me late at night. Okay. So we're moving on to planning appeals. I don't know whether Simon's got anything to add to he wants to say on this.
No.
There weren't any there's no appeals on this.
Oh, there. I've got them put in front of me.
It's
because we did the appeals on Thursday.
Okay, great. That's brilliant.
Yeah, okay, there are no appeals, but I have got one more thing to say. So the next meeting is on the 17th of December, and I would like to invite you to wear your Christmas jumper. Okay, so to liven things up a bit, if they're not already lively enough. So if you can come in your Christmas jumper or something Christmassy, if you want to wear antlers or a silly hat, that's up to you. So let's get into the Christmas spirit. We need to cheer ourselves up, don't we, with all this different sort of a Christmas this year. So I'll look forward to seeing you all again then. Thank you for staying the course and good night.
Good night,